Es geht jetzt los. It's very exciting. Okay, geht's jetzt los? Peter?
Yep.
Okay, now I can see your name, Peter, on the YouTube. Okay, now we're starting. Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, everybody, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Today we are starting with mid-crits for the master thesis students in the Sci-Fi Lab, which is Bio-Inspired Architecture and Sensoric at TU Berlin. And the two students have like, well, we call it a free topic. So that means they are developing their own agenda. The thesis is sort of halfway through, and the students will present their work in the afternoon as in 1:30 the Berlin time, which is Greenwich Mean Time +1. We have three groups of the Master Studio, Design Studio, which is also part of the City X, as in 100 Year City, which is part of the Venice Biennale this year. I would like to welcome our guests now in the morning, and some of them are staying also in the afternoon. There's Andrea Rossi, and Andrea is a researcher at the Universität of Kassel, and I'm very, very happy to have him here, since he was also one of my students like almost a decade ago. Andrea, this is very exciting. Nearly, I know, when you guys started with a slime mold in processing. Then we have Professor Praczke from Sao Paulo, University of Sao Paulo. Also very glad to have her here, since she's also my mentor, and it's always good to have some advice from her. We do have Professor Rodrigo Curi Paraíso from University of Rio de Janeiro, who's also engaged with SIGRADI, which is the sister organization of ECADE, which most of you probably know. Further, let me see, we do have we should have actually Christus Passas. Christus, are you here? Possibly coming a little later. But we do have Dr. Gasparoni, Dr. Lydia Gasparoni. She's a postdoctoral research associate at the Institute of Architecture in the Department of Architectural Theory. And I'm extremely happy to have Lydia on board, since she's very much engaging into the problematics and questions of ecology, and supporting us from her side. So this is wonderful. Hello, Lydia. I hope I haven't forgotten anybody. We will see once Christus Passas, one of the directors of Zaha Hadid Architects, is coming in. And we just start. So we have two master thesis students in the morning, as I said, and I would just sort of take a pick here. And Jennifer, if you're ready, we would like to start with you. So you could share your screen and go to the presentation mode of Miro, and that should then sort of pop up on everybody's screen as well.
Perfect. Well, good morning, or good morning, I guess, or good afternoon. So my name is Jennifer Jiang, and I'm just going to start sharing my screen.
I would just also want to mention that we do have a chat function in Zoom. So if there's anything you want to communicate to the students, you can do this via the chat, or you can also put it on a notepad and email it to me at one stage, and I can forward it.
Perfect. So I think everyone can see my screen, full screen, my presentation full screen. Okay. So I'm gonna start now. So the title of my project is called Public Gratification Palace, and so it's a framework for increased civic engagement. Oops, sorry. Trying to see if Liz, I think I might. I think with the presentation, maybe the order, it's not the one like vertical, is it possible? So I'm like, I think I'm having trouble presenting in. Yeah. Oh.
Can you go to the first one and then click next and see where you end up? Because I don't know exactly how the.
Yeah, it goes horizontally. So here I am. So I started with my frame.
So when you go to the next, it goes to Tunchas.
Yeah.
When you go to next, where does it go then?
It kind of.
It jumps around.
Yeah, well, this is actually a good order because it goes vertically, but.
Okay, then we do it like the way you think it's best.
Okay, so I'm just gonna.
So everybody realizes we're still learning, which is good.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm sorry for the of a less of a quality, but here we start. Okay, so like I was mentioned, I was looking into a framework for increased civic engagement, and to kind of locate it into. I guess to embed it into current discussions, it's looking into how, with digital tools, we can increase civic engagement. So I'm just going to go through the next slide. So it's basically how I would kind of say more recently, there's like a growing grassroots movements, whether like under multiple names, whether it's called like tactical urbanism, DIY urbanism, and much more. And basically, so there's a lot of willingness from the bottom up to also be part of city making and all that. And simultaneously, we can see also from the top down kind of stakeholders that there's a willingness to kind of collaborate. So in a way, it's kind of how before, well, not before, but the dichotomy between the bottom up and top down stakeholders trying to kind of inform to de-hierarchize the roles between the two poles of this kind of binary, with the understanding that collaboration is necessary for a more conscious and harmonious design approach. And from that, there's also the rise of technology, whether that is more ubiquitous technology or situated technologies. So as an example, it's how like our mobile devices that are in a way situated technologies, but because of the network that we're highly connected to the rest of the world, it becomes this kind of ubiquity nature in a way. So with these understanding, we can see like a prevalence also of technology in civic engagement. And they can be under the form of like media architecture, such as built-in kind of like urban screens, or sometimes there's lighting or sensorial interactions with the residents. So I study a few of those technologies to kind of understand the status quo of what's happening in civic engagement and technology. So I think for me, the problematic, it's the understanding that a lot of those interventions using technology for civic engagements are quite limited, in a way that they're mostly anchored in specific locations, as in like a self-standing media stand or something like that. So for me, it's kind of quite punctual and finite, and it's oftentimes case by case. So it's kind of using different methodologies in offering varied degree of engagement. So for me, it's although these initiatives are well intentioned for more inclusive engagement in the design of public infrastructure, but they are limited in terms of their geographic presence and sometimes their availability when it comes to time and duration. And also the other element that I want to tackle, it's the idea of like the barrier of participation. It's like kind of the question, it's like, why me? It's in a way of like, certain people can feel more unconcerned, unbothered, or even lacking in trust when it comes to the system. And others might not see themselves as valuable agencies for placemaking because of their non-expert perspective. And others simply are not aware that they have the opportunities to voice their opinions. So these are kind of the concepts that I'm embedded my work into. So we're looking at, I guess, the human-centered perspective in a way of, so the question is kind of like how to increase and enhance civic engagement for local communities, especially the ones who are not formally, who hold interest in planning and design processes, and using technology and interactions between humans and technology to kind of, I guess, to contribute to that discourse. So looking into, this is kind of the overview of like my methodology to create this framework. So I looked into the historicity of cybernetic system thinking as it relates to public infrastructure and DIY or democratized design. And the idea of how public space, it's also highly digital in a way of existing sensors in the environment, but also our relationship with our digital devices in public spaces, like a cell phone, carrying it around everywhere we go, and more in contemporary understanding of methods and case studies, such as meta design and the gratification theory that I'll explain further down. So to start with cybernetic system thinking. So I guess since technology becomes less of a commodity and more of a ubiquitous tool, the presence and the accessible of technology and media change a lot the public space in the public domain. So in a way, we find it relevant, and I say we because a part of the research behind the cybernetic system thinking and the later on contemporary examples was done in collaboration with a fellow friend, architecture friend of mine. His name is Lawson Spencer, mentioned in the little template below. Anyways, so it's the idea of how cybernetic system thinking was coined by Norbert Wiener. And it's kind of, it's a science dedicated towards understanding communication in both humans and machines, and how the transmission of messages shapes behavior. So in a way, I find it, and we find it highly topical to look at cybernetics that can serve as a theoretical model to explain technology and its influences on our behaviors, on our culture, and our social interactions. So that's why it's maybe a model that it's kind of outdated, maybe it might seem in time, but it remains highly productive to look and discover new ways to imagine and to understand the relationship between humans and technology. So I'm just gonna like briefly glance into some of the projects that we looked into, just to kind of like highlight some strong points. So with the cybernetic theater by Littlewood and Pask, it's kind of the idea of the archetypal theater. It's the usually thing of the audience being passive and the performance happening on stage. But here there's a collaboration between the audience and the actors. So there's a certain kind of feedback loop that itself orchestrate to the interactive kind of crowdsourcing, as in the audience giving feedback on the performance and also being part of the narrative. And similar with the Fun Palace, it was conceptualized as this kind of open-ended complex machine where the users are able to kind of emancipate basically as a laboratory of fun, to kind of converse with the machine and kind of decide or kind of imagine and project what they want to see. So it's also this idea of an open system and this kind of open improvisation that leaves a more flexible progression of the system. And then we have the Flat Rider by Friedman, and also the Yona experiment that was heavily inspired by Friedman. And both use the idea of computer-aided participatory design. So having the users being kind of co-designers, or having them the control over what they want to see in terms of their own houses. And also having obviously a real-time feedback just to guide them in the design process. So now we're going to look into more contemporary methods and theory. Just let me check for time. Okay. So then we look into meta design. That is a framework that integrates the same idea as that we saw in a way in the Fun Palace and in the Cybernetic Theater, where the user becomes basically co-designers and even co-developers, because it's based on the premise that what happens next, like issues are gonna come like over time. So it's nice to have it open-ended, and then the users can also contribute to the success of the framework. And then we explored some projects that basically talks about engagement in civic engagement in public spaces. And what is interesting in the neighborhood locative media toolkit in the Citybug report, it's the idea that both of these projects goes beyond the situatedness of embedded technologies, and they use an online platform or an online presence to exchange with the local residents on civic matters. And that's why it was important for us to look into the uses and gratification theory when it comes to social media, because it's a theory that first appeared in the 1970s within mass media and communication as a way to understand why people will engage with a certain type of media more than others, and applying these understandings into a more contemporary setting on social media. Basically, the researchers extracted basically a few parameters, such as illustrated here, these 4 parameters that will be as motivators, as drivers for the audience to want to engage in media. Okay, so now it's basically the proposal of a framework. So it's to kind of contributes to this theoretical discourse and self-organized system thinking that we've learned from cybernetic system thinking and also contemporary projects. So it's basically a framework here that emphasizes civic engagement and participatory design through the perpetuation of the audience participation and the audience familiarity and intuitive digital literacy with their own mobile devices and personal devices. So here are the objectives that I'm going to go one by one. For me, it's really important that it's spatialized, and because of the effect of geotagging and sharing. So in a way, how does it work? It's as a user here in your real-time location, they have the capacity to basically plant GFC seed, a GFS seed, that it's a geolocalized feedback seed in public space, meaning if they have their phones, they are in a park, they want to communicate something related to city, they can able to give an input, whether that it's like sharing a content like an image, or if not, it can be a comment or a like and all that. So they can look into living a feedback on existing urban issues or in process and upcoming design and planning processes. So, and these critiques are geolocalized, adding this kind of location-based rule that encourage the users to have a direct relationship with their surrounding environments and also hopefully other local residents. So in a way, those location seeds, those GFS, themselves become kind of like an urban agent in taking part of city dialogues because they are built and constructed by the users. So it's kind of create this kind of self-developed community. Okay. So here it's looking into the specificity of how user can exchange, and then when a certain feedback or opinion reaches a certain level, because it creates an attraction point with more inputs, we can see as like an opening conversation with the basically here with the city governments and investors and also the designers and planners. So in a way, at this point, it's the idea that the local community is kind of like not just a troubleshooter, but it's the generator of design and urban processes. So here, with using technology, we can really achieve this understanding of real-time feedback loops, where conversations can happen as a consequence of the GFS receiving a certain amount of inputs. So, and what is interesting is it creates a certain kind of immediacy, but also intimacy when it comes to you are able to interact with city dialogues within like a familiarity of like chatting, such as like social media. So that also creates a sense of agency for the users in a way, and hence they kind of become co-designers and co-planners because they are part of the creation of the discussions and the conversation they want to have with the city authorities and the designers and planners. And what can be interesting is to also see this feedback loop, not only in the conversations, but also see productively appearing in interventions. So basically, when a GFS has a conversation that it started, and there's a decision that can be made from the conversation between the different stakeholders to actually do a prototype or to have it manifested in physical reality. So going back to the example of if a resident stands in the park and wishes to see a playground happening, and he started a discussion with local residents that reached a level of, yeah. Okay. Sorry, okay. So with the chat, okay. So it's a conversation that that reaches the city level, or they want to have a playground. So in this way, after the conversation it's happening, they can see a mass manifested as a physical intervention on that site, and that can be a permanent installation, but it can also be like a temporary or like a micro intervention in a way that it can be like a pilot project. So testing the viability or the success of this project in a way. And that can be under different forms that I shortly illustrated here. So overall, it's a framework that hopefully using methods that are gained from social media to have it as in a people-centric organization. And we can see it also if we extrapolate in the understanding how even in social media, there's I was looking into further analysis of how there's self-organization entropy, where certain users can have like a higher entropy in terms of they are more engaged or they are content creators and all that. So they can actually spread the word faster in a way or louder. And with the implementation or with the understanding of this framework, for sure, there's going to be new stakeholder entities that are going to be part of the discussions. In city planning. So it's how can we incorporate new stakeholding entities such as maybe data scientists, more a legal department, and also some user supports for us, and it's going to be highly technological. So these are a few key points to understand. So I think the next move is for me to implement it within an existing city. I'm originally from Montreal, and in recent years, there's a lot of discussion when it comes of this intelligent city, I guess smart city, but in a way of how we can use data to improve different facets of city. So in my intention, it's to understand this framework that I propose and how that can be, so mapping basically the existing processes and the flows of information capitals in the prospect of incorporating this sort of framework into existing discussions. So that's pretty much it. I think I went over time. Thank you for listening. I should stop sharing my screen, right? That's a good thing. Yeah.
I think you can actually leave your screen on and leave it like at one image or one diagram, and I would like to suggest the either the diagram for the spatialization of the geotagging or any other diagram that you're choosing that helps us to remember all the things that you basically mentioned.
Okay, I guess I'll leave it here and then.
Yeah, I mean, all the critiques also have access to the Miro board, but I think it's just sort of more comprehensive to have that on the screen while we're discussing the work.
Perfect.
So I would like to give the word to the jury members. I would also like to welcome Mrs. Passes, who's the director at Liss, and also like a colleague from many years ago. So thank you very much for joining this morning session, Christos. So
yes, hi everybody. Thank you for the invitation as well. I'll be listening in, trying to catch up, and I will be joining you with some comments once I get into the flow of things. So good morning to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Christos. So yeah, who would like to just start? Maybe Lydia, do you want to be the first one to comment in the morning?
You wanted to start?
Lydia, I was asking Lydia.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I have maybe one general questions concerning the topics that you already also explained. Do you think that there is also a need of a kind of critical thinking, for example, concerning the way you're dealing with data and also maybe the relationship between the idea of gratification and this idea of intelligent city? So how can really maybe deal also in a new sense, in a critical sense, with this kind of relationships in order also to transform cities through a kind of agency of the user, not just from a kind of up-down level. So a general question.
Yeah, I think it's a great question in terms of ethics when it comes to technology in a way. I guess my personal understanding, it's happening, not necessarily for the better or for the worse, but in a way of it's more and more prevalent and ubiquitous. So it's already a discussion that it's happening when it comes to privacy, or also just different, just because since you're having an online presence, you also have an online identity in a way. So I didn't really look into that much in terms of the ethics, but it is part of my understanding. I think the gratification is the idea of, it's a theory that's been applied in media to explain already our social interactions on the internet. So it's looking at different motivation factors and how it works, that we can also transform it into city dialogues, because usually maybe that's the thing, it's like we are less familiar with the state of our cities in a way. I will talk from I guess generally speaking. So how can we kind of invite people who don't necessarily want to participate in those discussions or don't know, by inviting them to a platform or to a framework that they're familiar, like social media. And because it's also in recent statistics, it's quite prevalent. I think in the world, at least half of the population and over are using social media in a way. Yeah.
Yeah, many thanks. I think it could be really also great in a sense to extend the criteria of the gratification through this new approach to social media. That was a little bit also the sense of the question, in order to not just use the gratification criteria, something that you have to adapt or you have to correspond to, but also something that you can transform through this, if you want, also architectural practice, but of course intended in a very wide range of practices.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If I might kind of extend on this discussion of like the relationship between such a system and like this whole idea of intelligent city, it's like, I think it's very interesting to use this idea of social media models for urban planning. But I have the feeling that what's a little bit missing, or not missing, but maybe not discussed enough, is like, let's say, the if you talk about the social media, you have, of course, the users that provide data into the system, but then what you would also have is you fundamentally have recommendation algorithms. They kind of define how much thing, and those are key to increase the volume of data and traffic within the system so that the system is actually sustaining itself and working. And so I don't know, like, if you had some thoughts, or if you have, like, in general, of how you would define such recommendation system, and particularly how you would involve the users into the definition of the same recommendation system in order to avoid the kind of phenomena that we know from social media of, let's say, the creation of bubbles and this whole idea of like how we could create like a really shared space where there is no judgment and shaming and all these kind of processes that are typical on social media. How do you avoid that if you bring that to an urban planning system?
No, I think it's a good question. I think I was up until now, I was looking more into the different types of users that can, whether that can reinforce those bubbles or that can have different, like I call it entropy in a way. But it's true. I think just watching a lot of more contemporary documentaries or things like that about social media, there's always this idea of like echo chambers and how we can avoid that. So I think one of the fundamental, and coming from cybernetic system thinking and other methods, it's the idea of like, obviously there's transparency, authenticity, and I think accessibility in a way. So maybe to look more into those axes, like transparency, how can we promote that? And authenticity, how can we gain trust? So I think there are kind of transferable knowledge that we can use. And since we're talking about replicating or emulating a social interaction in person, so we really have to look at a more, I guess, psychological, or in a way of like understanding really what are the behaviors that people are keen to do. So it's the idea of like, even social media, it's like, it's easier to hear something that it's shared opinions, right? So how can we translate in city planning that there's going to be different agreements or non-agreements, and how can we translate it into that it's more comprehensive rather than it's more narrow-minded? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rodrigo has raised his hand, please.
Thank you. First of all, Jennifer, congratulations on your research. It's not only the whole idea, but the research itself is very, very thorough. It's very interesting. But I would like to add to that worries that were previously commented, that about the problem of echo chambers, the problem of how do you moderate this whole discussion, because I also had a problem with this stratification term, because in democracy there should be ways to vocalize dissent. I mean, how do you give voice to people to opinions that are not popular but must be heard, and who will not receive the +1, the likes, and probably not be shared because they don't echo my own thoughts, but they should be heard for many, many reasons. I mean, there are unpopular things that must be done to the city, after all. And probably your system should also take that into account in terms of limitations. Perhaps it should not be an all-encompassing system. Maybe it can acknowledge some of the limitations. Maybe looking into you have very good examples from cybernetics that you use, because they all draw into, they all go into what people, the role of people in the system. They are designed for people. They are designed by people. Their responses are direct to people. The machines, the cybernetic machines involved are just tools, and it seems like because of their limitations, maybe people knew when to stop looking at the machines and look instead at the results and the discussion itself. That's my my impression about it. But so how to moderate how to, and another thing that came to my mind, how would you plan to build in the system the discussion of actual interventions? What would be how they would be represented in the system by, I don't know, what do you think about it? And how do you look at other systems for systems for collaboration that were used in other cities in the world? We have some cases in Brazil that are with different degrees of collaboration. That's also something you might want to take into account, the Adler's ladder of collaboration, of participation. What are the degrees that you want to take care? What is the system is designed for? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I wrote down a few points, and I think to maybe answer some of them as in further research, it's with the moderations. I think, I think maybe the gratification, the idea can be attractive at the beginning, but maybe somehow a little bit too superficial in certain ways, because maybe it will lead to maybe a more pervasive understanding of, oh, if some people just want more likes or want more shares and all that. So I think as a moderator, and maybe that's something really precise or technical, it's I think it's using parameters that can kind of push your own kind of boundaries in a way of like, I guess you can decide on the percentage of, I guess, of openness in a way of like, maybe instead of like just looking at inputs that you will enjoy, it's maybe you can filter through different inputs that you wouldn't think. And I think that can be really really powerful in terms of even education or even just learning. So sometimes if a resident it's looking into an issue that they are really familiar, they can talk more about it and they can gain maybe more inputs from other people. But it'll be nice to have like a parameter that can invite different opinions, but also different issues that maybe one person is not really in tune with. And then you mentioned the idea that it's highly people-centric. So I think that's really important when it comes to looking into cybernetic system thinking. And yeah, in the idea of interaction intervention, I think it's something that I'm also thinking that I need to work more into. How can we translate a discussion into an actual intervention? So I was thinking about maybe doing some sort of like a matrix of what are the opportunities for technological tools that we can do to have some sort of intervention. Yeah, I hope it's like a clumsy answer for now. Yeah.
Thank you, Jennifer. I think this conversation is sort of really looking at the critical part that at this moment in time has been avoided a little bit in the project. Like in the chat, I was putting feedback instead of feed forward, which basically means stopping and interrupting something that keeps running. And to comment on this, I would like to invite Professor Brachke to give her critical view on this, since she's extremely familiar with all these projects and the cybernetic way of being, thinking, teaching, and so forth, and of course the theory behind this.
Thank you, Liss. Thank you, Jennifer. I enjoyed very much your presentation. I think your process is very consistent and very logical. It was very fast, the slides, yeah? So I was writing down things which I thought were very interesting. I think the problematization which you do in the beginning, grassroots movements, bottom up, they are right, yeah. And I'm reading now, right now I'm reading a PhD thesis, which is about same subject. And this is I think you are much better structured than this PhD student. So I think you're on a good way. It's very interesting. I think the projects you used from cybernetics, the cybernetic theater and the Fun Palace, yeah? The Fun Palace is a cultural palace, and your title is a gratification palace, yeah? So there's something like you're playing with something which is in the air, yeah? The Fun Palace was a really important project of how to organize culture and cultural access. And the cybernetic theater.
Anya, you're gone. Your voice is gone.
Oh no, yeah. I thought it was cool, but so I'm writing it down.
Anya, we can't hear you.
I think she's frozen.
So I come back in a minute. Oh, she's still here. You know that Anya was taught by a student of the classes.
Yeah. Yeah, I was able to get a brief introduction in terms of the cybernetic system thinking, because it was not initially part of the research, but then it was really fascinating.
Always part of my teaching.
Yeah, you know, exactly. So the hours was, at one point it was just, yeah, it was undeniable. It was part of it.
I think Anya will come back in a minute, but let's see if there's like one more comment from one of the critiques. It's a critical time now because actually time is up. So let's see how we do this. Let's wait for a few minutes as well. I think Jennifer, the most important or the actual message is the actual message is how do you deal really with these voices that that cannot be heard through your system, right? And I think I commented on this before, and I said what happens actually with these people who are not joining this digital marketplace of data exchange, or what about these people who are not able to do this for whatever reasons? I think it's extremely important to see how you can cater for those rather than becoming an exclusive community.
I'm sorry, I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Hello.
Also, I don't know what happened, but
the word is back to you.
Yes. Okay. So I stopped at the problematization, and that I'm reading a PhD dissertation, and about the same subject. And this PhD dissertation, they use a lot beer, Stafford beer, but Stafford beer he's for the how to say gestion, management, yeah, of these relations. And I think in this case, you're right to use Gordon Pass because it's conversation. It's about conversation. And I enjoyed a lot to see how you start to construct the diagrams. Because Pass, he constructs diagrams of relations. If you look a little bit, there's a book, The Conversation Theory, maybe has it. I have it in PDF if you need it.
She has it. She has it.
There are a lot of diagrams, and they're really funny because when he says like a user engages, the input of the Fun Palace and the output, the user is changed. It's really nice how he constructed it. And so I enjoyed a lot the examples. There's another project of Past Thought. Maybe you have the time to look at it. It's very small. There are very little information. It's called JAPNet. It was in a post system in Japan. Yeah, he put in a small town. JAPNet from Japanese, yeah? And this project, the diagrams are crazy. I showed to a specialist of Past, Pangaro is his name. I showed him this diagram and I asked him what this means. And he said, let's have a look. And he said, I don't know.
Anya, where did you find that project? Because I couldn't find it in the archive. It's not in the Gordon Pask archive.
No, it's in the Cedric Price. It's in a small book. Re 2 points price. Reloading or relooking. It's a small book which was published in the last years. And then you have a picture, but maybe I can find a picture that I sent you of this structure. And
yeah,
so, Jennifer, I think when you start to do your proposal, I think it's really interesting how you use how you construct the diagram of relations. And so I think you're on the right way. It's very consistent. I like the gratification theory that you put it together, because in cybernetics, it's nice when you put things together and then you also show what are the contemporary technological solutions. I think it's really very interesting how you take projects from the 60s, yeah? And the theory is from the 70s, yeah? And you take out what is essential and you look what's going on today technologically, and also the questions, yeah? Because we are in the digital media, and this time it was like emerging, yeah? And you have the artificial intelligence also. And so I think it's I really enjoyed to see your project and your development, yeah? And there's also, when I think of palace, yeah? You say gratification palace. I think it's very nice, this title, in the sense also not only of the theory, but also of the moment we are living. And I think maybe you can speak a little bit about this context we are living right now. We're in the second year of pandemic. There are things which changed. Yeah? 1 year ago, it was not, we don't feel the same way. Yeah? How we connect or disconnect, yeah? How we feel alone or together. What is the question of togetherness? I think that's really a really nice title. And it made me think of something other there. Before cybernetics, there was the structuring of information. It was there's a book, it's The Art of Memory. And in this Art of Memory, there's a theater, a memory palace, a memory palace of Flood. Flood is in Robert Flood. And also there was another Bruno, an Italian. And they play with this thing of the theater of memory, the palace of memory, and then you have the fun palace, yeah, the culture, and then you have the gratification. Gratification. So I think it's really a nice exploration and very consistent, Jennifer. I think you can continue to continue to densify this diagrams you're starting to do. You will densify, you will put more inputs, more relations, and from there you have some outcomes. And so I wanted to congratulate for your presentation.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah. No, I think the palace, it's also kind of like I guess it's I think it's a more enjoyable or like a cheeky, I don't know, it's fun. Yeah.
Yes.
And it's also the conversation. I think it's just conversation sounds more humane and just warm in a way, as instead of like flow of information, it's let's have a conversation. So yeah, so that's how I was convinced into the conversation theory and all that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you, Jennifer. And let's move on to the second project, which is by Tunca. Tunca Bazaran. She's a master's student also at TU Berlin. And she has a degree of city and regional planning from the Middle East Technical University in Ankara, and also in sociology. So I'm mentioning that because she's basically not coming directly from urban design or architecture. So Tunca, you can try sharing the Miro in a presentation mode. Let's see if that works with your prepared presentation. Otherwise, we do it similarly like we did it Jennifer's presentation.
Yes, thank you for invitation.
Can you try the presentation mode if that works with yours? If it also goes like in
So can everybody see right now? Okay. My thesis topic is about applications of circular economy, and especially steel industry that is located key. And the main question, okay, the image you see here is taken from a hospital Turkish town, and it's just 3 years later you have this industrial zone of steel there, and see how unhuman it is. But also we need that materials in society. So coming to the steel, it's one of the most highly recycled and highly recycled elements of society and of our city itself. And the question is, it's also on the other hand of global carbon emissions, and the question is, okay, how to because now the studies around timber and using more sustainable materials, like for some infrastructure. And the idea is seeing the potentials of the circular economy and creating a system in the cities, this kind of system thinking that we can see the potentials in our urban. So
it's hard to hear you for some reason. Maybe
sure, of course. Is it better right now?
Just continue. Okay. Maybe just turn off the video to save some time.
Of course.
And I think you can also widen the image a little bit in the screen. Perfect.
Okay, is it better right now?
I think so.
Okay, great, thank you. So steel is 93% is made out of iron ore, so it's understanding this material is it's a kind of geological question as well. And why do we have to do this? 38% of Earth is composed of iron, and see that in different layers of Earth, from inner core to Earth crust. And we have like 80 gigatons of iron ore in our environment right now. But the feasible one is it's a bit less, but still there. On the other hand, so we can say that we're not going to run out of iron. So how should the steel itself? So coming to the steel production in the human story is like starting with the Industrial Revolution, and it's getting intensified it's expected to increase in time to expected increase in urbanization and population as well. And for a ton of steel, we have 1 tons of emissions, which is, if it goes like this in 100 years, we need like 7 Earths to carry this carbon emissions just by steel itself. But on the other hand, it's a kind of product that doesn't pays a lot, and as I said, it's recyclable. So it's a question, okay, how we can use the stocks of the materials we have in our built environment. So I'm sure you all recognize this line framework, or it's the coming from geodesic dome. It's from and he explains the story of a closed system, and also in his books of using manual for spaceship Earth. So what does it mean, the spaceship Earth? It's actually economic theory that is defining the Earth is a closed system, and it's saying that we have necessary happening here. And geogenetic support for the spaceship having there and kind of changing systems of technical with logic. So question of that is how we can see the system as the Earth itself and see the potentials of it. What we have as an economy right now is also defining the commodities, flows of it, and use of them. And with the economic linear economic system, which is major in our world right now, is from natural sources where you're going to waste, which is defines the end of life cycle. What we need to do is redefine the cycle again, so we can use the anthropogenic stocks of the materials we have instead of all the time exhausting geological deposits. So question is, getting into theoretical framework, we can define our systems in the world as global system to social systems, institutions, and economy itself. And expanding the framework circular economy, we need to understand the see the world as the general systems of theory and understand stakeholders and their complexities and connections with them. So the question is more to the urbanism and trying to see the cycles of material, but also industry and urban and rural places and their positions of regenerating this system in our urban world. So more about creating synergies and symbioses of energy and material solutions. So there are a few key principles for, I hope, but I can, for applying the theories to our urban scenes and landscapes. It is like material and energy circularity has to happen, and local community engagement and with the other stakeholders of industry is necessary. And urban planning and design for disassembly and reuse is also on top, because if we think about that thing, it has a certain amount of material in itself, and it's usually aimed as 50 years of lifetime. And how do we use materials and the life of a, and also it is not material circularity, but the circularity of landscapes and art scenes as well. And at some point, and also we put in industrial symbiosis, in terms of homes. So what happens when we produce and use steel in our urban environment is basically, as I mentioned before, inflow of materials that are constructed and the stock is accelerating in time. So one more thing is, maybe I just skip that. So yeah, according to European steel industry, in year one, we have enough in the buildings, in the built environment, and we don't have to extract it anymore. So it's one of the things, and we have like the asteroid finding in 2023, which feels more unexpected rather than imagining a world without extraction. So coming to the stock in use, we have materials produced from the steel in different service lives, and then within this frame we can circular itself. So to understand the material, we have to go through production processes of it, and like further and what landscapes it's creating as well. So starting from the extraction, I've been through the processing of itself, and then explaining the production process basically within different places as well. And it's a highly energy intensive process. And what it's like, we have the ores coming, and coal is mostly used, and the industry is mostly used in dependent on the fossil fuels. coming to at the end, we have the tax itself and use them different settings. And what happens to make this is kind of creating this loop between the end of use and then creating the new circular economy, and one of the expected aspects of that, which has been in the agenda for urban design and architecture the last 2-3 years. Mostly they're seen as one of the initial. However, to decarbonize this, some innovation pathways, depending on sustainability funds, and also it's mentioned in the urban 30 has to be sent carbon emissions. So we have to wait, see dependencies on these, but also technology. So first policy and first things can be applied is smart carbon usage. Basically, it's understanding the raw material and optimizing the production itself. And here you can see it in the Europe. There are a few case studies about it and how it can be done. But on the other hand, it's in the second question is carbon direct avoidance, which comes to the point that we can actually see that its results in our urban scene, like direct reduction of carbon roads, which is defining the logistics and infrastructure itself, its production world, and energy sources come to that, and so these 3 strategies are defining the research questions of the thesis and how they see them in the earth. All right. I hope it's the full image resolution is downloaded with you. I might have a problem with my connection, but okay, this place is at least you can see the yellow pixels, which are mentioning a region in Turkey, and it's highly based on the steel production and which is the main activity in there. So I can say like 100,000 people are depending on economy. So what happens if we just go over the regular production is industries collapsed, and it's a huge impact on the environment and the social as well. So we have to think about it. And here, there are 2 main steel production places, and then these are the industries which are side related, and these are the industries really using the product of the rolled steel here. So it's a regional agglomeration. Yes. So coming to the question of using renewable energy sources, I've been just through the questions of iteration. Okay, what could be what can we see in the landscapes and how it can change the potential of 1 million ton of steel is like 152 hectares of land dedicated to biofuel production. So if we're thinking about the energy and renewable sources, we also think their activity and their land uses as well. And so it's the idea is creating the calculations and system thinking with billion tons steel to gigajoules of the energy needed, and coming as a question of land. And another, as I mentioned, the urban mining could be one of the scenarios could be applied in 100 years, less than 100 years. So what could be done is with the research projects that in Amsterdam, there test the building and their use of material and when be available. So so one thing is it could be mapped, definitely mapped today, and trying to understand the buildings itself and the floor surface area, and depending on the material different urban has own defining potentials. So idea is mostly creating the stocks, the anthropogenic stocks of the material we have and understanding its potentials. Meanwhile, before that, when we employ the renewable sources, and to see how much it alters our environment, what it's really urban and landscape as well, and try to for listening. That's it from my side.
Thank you. Thank you, Tunja. Maybe also go to one of the slides. I would suggest the one with the land use dedicated to biofuel production, because I think this is really the sort of the topic of your investigation. And if you could reformulate your research question, would be great, just as a reminder and kickoff for the conversation and the comments and the critique by the jury.
The research question is understanding the steel and the material flows and the landscapes it generates, and then in the request of organizing it, how can these landscapes create a synergy in between, and how decarbonizing affecting our features and our environment itself. So there are different strategies of it until we have 70 to 80 years to decarbonize it, and different phases has implications of our environment. And the first question is how to use renewable energy sources, and the question will be is how to utilize our urban ones. So the project seeks to see that different phases process, and then see how they affect landscapes. More brief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, maybe I would like to invite Rodrigo to start off the conversation from Rio.
We can't hear you.
Thank you. Are you hearing now?
Yes, yes.
Hear me now? Okay.
Not now again.
Congratulations on your research. It is also very a well-constructed argument. I mean, the whole systems approach is really, really interesting, and you gather consistent data to work with, and I think that's the core of your research. I mean, how do you collect this data in order to understand where is the iron, where can we find it, and where have we been using it, and how can we reuse it? So I'm quite curious to know where it's headed. I mean, how do you? I mean, it's clear that you're going to build the database in the end and have this iron mapping, and I'm curious to know what would be the policies of using this iron, since it's in buildings, and it's a long-term watch, because this is a long-term use of iron, as you point out in the diagram. And I'm curious to know how would these policies work, and how would this urban mining work in this particular case, if not in the actual building retrofits, but the actual repurposing of iron in these buildings, and how to input this demolition of sorts, costs, environmental costs also in your system.
First, it's great to get a feedback from you, and for me, it took a bit time for understanding the metallurgy and the industry itself. And right now, I'm trying to make like facility. I'm actually living in my case now. I mean, that's it. So it's really difficult. So the tricky part is for policies have searched for European policies, and there are several acts that are really taking innovation into that direction. So the bounding all Europe Green Deal and the Paris Agreement itself. And as I said, the idea is organizing the production through optimizing biofuels, renewable sources, and then going to increasing the recycling by the urban. But what could be done is, for example, in framework, the question of carbon border measures, which is saying that usually in industries in Europe, if there's a carbon budget label each ton of steel, then the industries go the other side of the road. And with this carbon budget border management, that the industry has to stay in where it is right now. It would be illogical to unuse the infrastructures and both economic and physical infrastructures we have right now. So the idea is either go to China or in Turkey or somewhere else. We will have these emissions, and how to make it. Because if Turkey, it's not in the European Union, it doesn't change its steel production processes and cannot keep up with the carbon budget of Europe, then, as I mentioned, like 100,000 people's job itself will be done. So it's not only a question of materiality or urbanization, it's also a social question, and an environmental question as well. And this regional agglomeration, as I mentioned here, is not only economic, but this city itself is creating its own urban zones. For example, the time I went is only created for engineers of live in that city. So it's creating its own industry and it's creating its own side sectors as well. And these urban regions are forming around. So if we're thinking about assembly or organizing the production itself, we're also about our cities, our natural landscapes, and also, one sec. And the idea is these are the what we can say is the hinterlands of the world that are urbanized world. The sites that has been out of the site. And in Europe, for example, in France, in Sweden, we have these trials of industry itself, trying to make a symbiosis with the urban. And this is the question why we shouldn't apply it and think about it more regionally and more perspective in an architectural way, that cycling through the materials and stakeholders and all these aspects creating our world. And coming to the question of solutions here, it's one of the important aspects that will come with research. I'm at the initial steps of forming the idea. But also, on the other hand, it's life cycle analysis of buildings, and so therefore it requires a intensive understanding of the building itself. But it's when it's coming to the urban planning, and urban planning is one of the subjects of the thesis, because it's also not materials but our urban scene. So defining the reuse could be recycled, parts of our urban scene will be also available soon. But yeah, of course, it's one of the new agendas of discussion in urban scene right now, and I want to touch that in deeper. Thank you.
Tunsa, thank you for your presentation. Maybe Lisa I can share a couple of thoughts here. First of all, I would like to provide a little bit of my own context in understanding the type of topic that you've touched on, which I think is a little bit like a hornet's nest that you're shaking here, because it's so, first of all, globally distributed. Second of all, we know that all mining that has to do with metals, precious metals, and such materials is getting paid heavily in the stock markets and in the money world, exactly because it causes these environmental problems everywhere. So somebody has to make it lucrative enough so that it continues to happen. Now, of course, our civilization is built on steel. So there is as much a dependency on oil as there is on steel for every one of our everyday activities today. And it starts from very small components in electronics all the way to large bridges and buildings and the rest of it. So I think, the problem you're facing in your project is, of course, trying to build a circular economy that by understanding and mapping how this industrial system works and really kind of proposing a catalytic way and a cathartic way, I would say, about how to transform this system of operations, interdependencies, in a kind of a cyclical economy that would be able to transform, reuse, and recycle the product and byproduct of this whole operation. And because there is high stakes in place, I think you also have to understand who are the stakeholders and what is driving this whole economy, and try to see how you can, maybe you won't be able to change the direction of the ship 180 degrees, but maybe you can start incrementally changing it by half a degree, 1 degree, 1.5 degree, by understanding how the operation of the stakeholders works in this particular case. Now, this problem is so big that humanity is also planning to go out to Mars and on the moon and colonize so that they can continue this operation. So, you're in a David and Goliath type of situation here, unfortunately. But the point that I'm trying to make you understand mostly with what I'm trying to say is, yes, the magnitude of what you're dealing with, but also it reminds me of a place we had very near Dessau when we were kind of teaching there in exile. It's called the Ferropolis, which was a kind of a field that the kind of the pre-war German government used to extract ore, and nowadays the machinery of it, this kind of big, humongous machines are left there as a testament of an operation. And eventually the local government, I think, decided to just cover the pit with water so you don't see the ugliness of the operation that went on. But at the same time, in a city very much in Siberia called Magnitogorsk, where the Russians have been digging out magnet ore from the from the ground. There's this huge big crater in the middle of the city, and then you see all these little housing projects that were built so that they can bring the engineers in to be able to do this work. And then in the end, these cities become defunct, they become useless, and they just left as waste, and the industry moves on. So I think in bringing up all these examples, that looking at the life cycles and seeing what it does to the particular environment, but not in a closed view. Also, I think you need to develop a much wider view of what this system of operations is. And if you're thinking how you can make positive impact, maybe one way would be to think about how you can decarbonize this area, not just as a way of, ticking a policy point on the in relation to the Paris Agreement, or trying to use carbon credits and shifting them, because this is only a digital game. It doesn't fully reflect what's happening on the ground. I feel that's my opinion. So I think to have a much more direct impact on what is going on the ground, I think could be interesting to see how this whole process can be decarbonized. Iron production requires a lot of energy. Where does that energy come from? Produces a lot of carbon dioxide. How do you store and transfer that carbon dioxide? How do you utilize it? So I think what I'm missing a little bit from your presentation, which was very good because it opens up the subject quite nicely, I think is to see the next steps of how, you go, if you have a name such as decarbonization, how do you achieve this? What are the strategies or the policies through which you begin to take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and you store it? I think the Strelka in Moscow, and I think this chap called Benjamin, who's a brilliant guy, have done some studies on how you can take carbon out of the atmosphere, which I found were very fascinating, because they are really thinking about a new kind of machine system that literally filters carbon out of the atmosphere. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Liz. And in a way, I think thinking in those terms, how you can develop ways through which you can reinforce a cyclical economy that works as a counterpoint to what the industry is doing today, is what would be very, very rewarding. Because I think thinking, understanding how the environment works is the only way to become sustainable. So I think understanding how the environment works, not only the pure bucolic ecology, but also the environment of the industry works, and how you can work to find a place where you as an architect, as a designer, as a scientist, can begin to obliquely bring in elements in the conversation that would be able to kind of shift that boat ever so slightly and begin to change direction. I think that's where, in this David and Goliath struggle, you can begin to produce real tangible results.
Thank you for the comments, and they're really enlightening. Actually, I'm really happy to receive them. It's one thing I can say about example sites like ferocity and places of extraction in Russia, for example. It's the case study I have is similar with the monotone culture of past Soviet regions. The monotone cities are basically defined as one huge major economic activity, mostly industrial, defined by the government. And then there are the urbanizations, there are the cities, for example, in Lithuania. Just for an example, the city just built for the nuclear town itself. So the process I have in Turkey is the study was the first national industrial economic independence. So it's already has some symbolic values, but also it's created its own urbanization and extract the urbanization rate in the region itself. It's quite important. Actually, they're kind of, and this industrial here then itself is quite distributed geologically according to that as well. And coming to the stakeholders, I'm digging into it right now, and so and I hints is making waste as the food of the other industry. For example, the lumber industry, the wood products, cement industry is highly linked with steel itself in economic terms, and very good map of the globe that you can see the products where, but their production space as well. So the production space is defined as of the industry with another. So this is the methodology that I'm trying to apply myself, and how they're depending each other in both economical terms and both in material flows, but also geologically. Because in that area, we also have a lot of food products, industries that can highly link and create a economy itself around the region. Right, that's still in progress.
Great. I look forward to seeing more from you. I'm really curious about how this project is going to go on in the next few weeks. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Thank you, Christos, for a more sort of global view on the topic. It's a hot topic. I think it's extremely a hot topic here. We have some more minutes here, and I think it would be great to hear also the views of Lydia and Anya and possibly also Andrea to the subject. And I think, I mean, for me, the most critical point for the thesis itself, I mean, one is the content, but one is also the question and the methodology, and what is the outcome. So is it going to be like a design suggestion, or is it more a strategy taking into account these points that also Christos has just mentioned? So possibly can we have some comments on that from the other jury members?
Can I continue? Anya?
If you wish, sure. Thank you, Anya.
Thank you, Tunke, and for the presentation. I found the Miro link in my email so I could follow more, but the slides are very light, so it's not very easy to, and a lot of information, it's not very easy to understand. But I think it's a very interesting subject, very contemporary, circular economy, and the transformation of a nocive industry to an industry which is sustentável in Portuguese. I don't know in English. But I was 2 years ago in an event here near in my town. In my region, we have the monoculture of sugarcane. And we have large factories, usina scale of to produce sugar and ethanol, which is the ethanol. Okay? And we have a lot of, how to say, bad ideas of sugarcane, yeah, because sugarcane sucks the earth, sucks the energies and the good things which the earth have, and it's very nocive. And for my surprise, I was invited. So I always, with all my bad ideas about these large factories, we were invited to visit a factory which won a prize of sustainability. I learned a lot this day, and I put you here in the comments the site, because it's in English also, and you can see how they change this nocive production of ethanol and sugar in something very still very productive. It's one of the largest factories in the world, and but also it has the social aspect of the place, of the factory, and the villages which are around and which give the workforce. So for my surprise, when they made the presentation, we were put in a room and they made the presentation. And when I looked at the wall, I saw diagrams of organization, and I was like, wow, it's cybernetics, yeah. And they use a production system which is Toyotism. from Toyota. Maybe you have looked at it. And the Toyotism, if you look at Wikipedia again, it's about the social, productive transformation of a system in a circular economy. So I think this would help you a lot. These two things: to have a look at this factory, to see how they did it, and to have a look at this production system. If you want to go further, because your title is Steel Industry and Urban Design, yeah, you want to go further and to include the living spaces around. There's also a project which is quite interesting from Cedric Price, also a pottery think belt, where he takes, in fact, a decadent industry place in the countryside of England, and he transforms it in a learning space, in an open university, in a distributed university. So maybe the two aspects, this production systems review of a system which, from a no-sieve to a sustainable system, which is the question of right now, okay? And also to see what to do with the place, which was the urban or I would call it cultural landscapes, right? Because there are cities and maybe cultural landscapes. What you will do with these cultural landscapes of this past no-sieve history to transform it in a sustainable landscape. So that's my contribution, and I hope you continue well with your work, and I'm curious to see the follow-up. I put here in the chat the references.
So much, Anja, for valuable feedback and great example.
Yeah, maybe I can go also further. Yeah, many thanks also for the presentation. I was really also fascinated by the global scale of your work. And I have just a brief methodological consideration regarding also the comment of Anja. In a sense, I think it could be also interesting to find a way to apply the global scale analysis to a really concrete field work in order to show the outcomes and also the goals of your research in a very specific way. And maybe one possible direction could be also to work a little bit more with mapping. So trying to go from these diagrammatic practices in order to analyze the global scale to the very particular way you're also dealing with mapping, maybe trying to apply some complex diagrammatic structures dealing with the global phenomena to a very particular field in order to transform also through your reflection a very specific field of action and of new maybe practices dealing with this idea of circular economy. I think maybe it could be a kind of direction in order to stress both aspects that are very important, of course, in your research. On the one, the global, and on the other side, a local level. But many thanks. I'm very curious to see how your research will develop.
Thank you, Lydia. This is an excellent comment to get this structured a little bit more comprehensively. The whole work. We would need to close this first session for today in just like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and I would like to invite Andrea to give like a last comment, a last word. I mean, we have more projects to see in the afternoon. They have a different approach. They have a different program. But essentially, I think the global discussion on ecology and how we deal with merging architecture, urban design data, and space making will also be apparent there. But please, Andrea, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it very short. I mean, thanks for the presentation. It's really like the mapping of the whole process that you've been doing. It's really great. And if I want to continue on the comment that Lydia gave you about this idea of working between the global and the local scale, I think one very interesting step to go forward and continue understanding where this leads you could also be to really approach the problem from both directions and really, for example, start evaluating extremely small design interventions and kind of then like trickle all the way up to the global system and see what's the impact is there, versus looking at much larger policy decisions and kind of try to see what that would mean when you trickle them down all the way to the very physical and local level. And I think doing this kind of thought experiments could be super powerful in kind of unearthing all the unseen and unspoken synergies that exist within this industry. So like you could look at, like, for example, when you talk about urban mining of material, you could go in super low level of understanding how you will build this database. Will be built by users, by the producers, and so on. And then from there start going up, which means how does the industry have to change in order to integrate that, and then go up and see what is the impact at the level of production. And then once again at the level of extraction, and then at the level of landscape. And kind of think that doing this exchange between the smallest level and the biggest level, it's a super interesting thing to kind of deepen your mapping even further.
Very great. Thank you for that. I will think about it for sure. Yeah, it's sometimes like when we're imagining or reading the utopias or self, sometimes we're forgetting to ask questions, and who makes it?
Mm-hmm.
We think about the technology, we think about how the sky will look that time, but understanding how the things are cumulatively developed, and especially the ideas, also is important. And thank you for that. Thank you for reminding it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining, for all your comments. As usual, it's too short. We will well, not close, but basically stop this first session for today and meet back. For the ones who can join, that would be wonderful to have you on board again in around 25 minutes, like 13:35. So it's a few minutes later than planned, and I guess it's probably going to be 13:40 to be realistic. So keep on tuning in. Thank you for joining. Thank you, Christos, for your valuable time. I very much appreciate this, and I hope we can see each other soon in London or Berlin and exchange in person. I really miss our conversations.
Looking forward. Looking forward.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I see the rest of you later on, if possible. So thank you very much again, and see you then.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back and welcome, I would need to say, to everybody who joined and rejoined for the afternoon session. You can see we have the students have prepared with some of their background images. That's great. Wonderful. Okay, so we are a little bit late, which is not unusual in architecture, but as you know, as architects, we're always ready, so it should be fine. Let me welcome, first of all, the students. Without them, this would not have happened here. Secondly, at this time, I would like to also express like a huge thank you to Zvonko Vugreshek, who has been co-teaching the studio with me, and who's sort of the master and the mastermind behind teaching the students on the computational technology and Grasshopper and all these nitty-gritty, nerdy things. So thank you very much, Zvonko, for joining, for having joined this and joining this basically for this semester and also the next semester.
Thank you, Liz. It's been really fun. It's been a pleasure, and the students enjoyed it. So it has been a fun ride for us all. So. That's
good. Secondly, or thirdly, actually, let me welcome the jury members that we have in the afternoon. There's Andrea Rossi. Andrea did his doctoral dissertation at TU Darmstadt, and he's now at the University of Kassel. And I was very lucky to have Andrea as a student when I was teaching in Dessau about a decade ago. We also have Professor Pratschke. She's tuning in from Sao Paulo. She is an architect and also the professor of the chair in architecture. Her chair is called Nomads. I highly recommend that you have a look at that and check out what they're doing. And Anja Pratschke, I'm very grateful to have her as a mentor for my work as well. We do have also Dr. Gasparoni. Dr. Lydia Gasparoni is part of the chair of architectural theory in Technical University Berlin, and she's also a co-founder of the Field Station Association, which is working on critical discussions and exhibitions on urban design, the society and ecology. And I also highly recommend the talks that the Field Station is offering to the general public via Zoom this year. We have Professor Del Campo. Professor Dr. Del Campo is a professor at the University of Michigan. Our first encounter was also in Dessau, and recently Professor Del Campo has founded a group on AI and machine learning, which has had a rocket start. So thank you very much for taking this on board, Matthias, and I'm very curious on where this is going and how we can learn from what you're doing with all the colleagues around the world. We have Professor Petra Gruber. Professor Gruber has recently returned back to Austria. She's also an expert. She is an expert actually in bio-inspired architecture and design, and highly engaged with working with real material. So what I mean with that is not just Physarum, but also mycelium, algae, and all these natural organisms that we are trying to learn from. Next in the board of jury members is Professor Curie. Professor Curie is, I think, the director of urban design department in the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. I'm very happy to have you here, or we are very happy to have you here with your valuable advice and also your background in being a chair of SIGRADI, which is the sister organization of the European Ecologies. I also see that we have Valmir Castrati here. Great to see you, Valmir. Valmir has been a member of the Sci-Fi Lab for about a year, and he now moved on into architectural practice. There's another member of the lab, which is Martin Bayer, who has been extremely valuable in the last year as well. So thank you very much for joining. Dietmar Köring has joined as well. Dr. Köring is also a jury member for the afternoon. Dietmar did his doctoral dissertation at TU Berlin within the chair of sustainable urban planning and design, and his expertise is in ethics and the digital in urban design strategies. And Zvonko I mentioned already. And I think this is everybody. A big thank you goes to Peter, of course, Peter Fischer. Without him, today's session would not be so available to the general public as it is. Thank you very much, Peter, for helping us and organizing the digital streaming.
And we have one more guest in the audience, which is Jan Pernetsky, with the creator of Monoceros, and which is the plugin you have been using for wave function collapse. So he also agreed to join. So
excellent. Thank you very much.
I would also appreciate his comments later.
Definitely. Welcome, Jan. We haven't met in person, so I'm even more happy to have you on board. And I was thinking about who is this person with the boxes and these things in the background, which have these beautiful colors. So I think that the students are quite excited to have two, let's say, tool creators within the juries. So Jan is Zvonko just mentioned, and Andrea Rossi, who is the creator, designer, and developer of WASP. So I think the students will have fun with all these critical minds from whom we can learn and who are learning sort of between each others. Now, in terms of timing, we have allocated about 45 minutes per group. We do have a Miro board. Zvonko, would you share the Miro board link with Jan? Okay. I hope you can do this. If there's any sort of restrictions, then I can do this as well.
Okay.
So that Jan can browse also through the projects. We have 3 projects in the afternoon. The groups of students range between 3 to 5, and the schedule would be Phi, MyPhi, and Algae at the very end to close today's session. Have I forgotten anybody? No. Okay, this is good. So let's start with the MyPhi. So MyPhi, you can share your screen, and then we take it from there. You have about 15-20 minutes for your presentation, and then the jury will give their sort of probably quite dense comments to the work. So welcome again, and I'm looking forward to a great conversation with all of you.
Okay, yeah, also a very warm welcome from our side. We are Magdalena, Baha, Lan, Marco, and Paulina. And we started off as 2 separate groups in the beginning, one concerned with the Physarum and the other one concerned with the Mycelium. And after Christmas, we joined forces and formed the group MyPhi. And our project is called Fungiscapes, where we developed the urban development for the Chong'an area, guided by both organisms, Physarum, Polycephalum, and Mycelium. Lan, we can't hear you.
You're muted.
Sorry. So we are going to have a quick site analysis. The Xiong'an area is in Hebei province in China, and it's located between the districts of Xiongxian, Anxian, and the Longchengxian, and it's just next to the Baiyang Lake. So we have a startup area here. So the Xiong'an is supposed to, as a new area, to relieve the overpopulated Beijing. We can see till 2021, the population in Beijing is over 20 million population. And the Xiong'an is around 100 kilometers away from Beijing and Tianjin. And now the current situation is there are around 1 million population and around 100 square kilometer. And the long-term goal is 2.5 million population and 1,700 square kilometer. And the purpose for this area is to build a green and innovative city and a new economic zone. And we can also see some analysis from other cities and land use in Poland and China. And also we study the population distribution in urban and the rural area. Also, we noticed that this area is facing the problem of water pollution, and we also think there are some opportunities in this area, like ecological buffer zones and water filtrations. So we try to import the green infrastructure network to change these things.
Yeah, we started the theoretical work with two texts, one called Acoustics from Konstantinos Doxiadis, and the other one, A City is Not a Tree, from Christopher Alexander. The acoustics one helped us to understand how quality of urban life is connected to size, and the other one showed us how natural growth allows more connections. We also researched concepts of cities that question the separation of the urban and the rural sphere. So here you can see some popular examples that we studied a bit.
Also, we studied the traditional Chinese courtyard house. We noticed that it's like a bit different from the house in Europe cities. In traditional Chinese courtyard house, in Beijing, there's a private courtyard in between the houses, and in European cities, it's always have a public plaza. So we try to combine these two things to have a immediate courtyard in the houses.
So this is the diagram showing the relation between the urban ecology and the program of CityX. And we made a division for like 3 categories. On the top, there are more nature-related issues, and on the bottom, they are human-related. And in the middle, there is an interaction between them. And there, on the right, we can see the program of CityX divided into these categories. Next, please. And here, the diagram is showing the relation between the CityX program and the Sustainable Development Goals. And we picked the major goals important for our project. And we want to create a sustainable city, but also at the same time innovative city with the resilient infrastructure. And also the harmony with the nature is really important for us, and particularly in this area because of the presence of the lake and the wetlands, and also because of the problem with the pollution in the area.
yeah, combining the site analysis, the literature, and the further research that we did, we formed these design goals for our design. And as you can see, we picked up some central aspects from the research. For example, the walkability for cities from the acoustics text, or that nature and agriculture is integrated into the fabric from the garden cities or the agricultural city. But we also took into account the Chinese culture and, of course, the organisms that we studied, which we will tell you more about now.
So the first organism that we focused on is Physarum polycephalum, which is a unicellular polynuclear slime protist, and shows some peculiar characteristics that we find potentially useful for our city design. Namely, it spreads over the whole environment and is able as well to restrain its own structure. That is a smart network connecting nutrition points, the seeds. It's able to restrain it, responding to stimulations from the environment, and also to memorize these stimulations and to answer to them in the future in a predictable way. So has some computational skills.
The next one that we have used the organism is the mycelium. Mycelium is the root of the fungi, and they're responsible for transfer the food. They have some special function that we have been used in our project. For example, biofiltration system that we can use as a building material. And the features, specific features, is the homogeneous growth pattern that we use it for our cities.
Yes, so our concept is to combine the principles of these two organisms and implement it to the city system. So Physarum and its ability to create smart network will serve us as a tool for developing our urban scale infrastructure network. And mycelium will be applied as a local network due to its slow and uniform growth that allows us to spread homogeneously around the territory. So how does it functions together? We start from detecting the food points using the existing settlements. And after we connect the points by Physarum, and this network will become a primary and transportation system in the area. And the points we used before are also the starting points for the new settlements, which will be developed by Physarum. So here we can see the pseudocode of the development of our city, but maybe we'll explain it during the next slide with the simulation. So we start from the existing settlements, and using the Voronoi pattern, we create the new food points for the Physarum networks. And the starting points are also start the growth of the mycelium, which create the new settlements. And for the growth of the mycelium, we used the hoop snake tool, and for the Physarum tool. And the next, here we can see the implementation of the simulations in the master plan.
Yeah, so here you can see the both networks informed by the Physarum in a more realistic environment. So the yellow line is our main infrastructure network, and the green lines you saw before in the GIF, they are now translated into a green network. And for us, it was important to show only a snapshot of the development that we imagine, because we think our city never stops growing. So this you can also see in the settlements. They are somehow unfinished sometimes, and also the Physarum, or the yellow infrastructure network, is also searching for new paths to conquer. When we talk about infrastructure, what does it actually mean for us? So the main network serves as a infrastructure for fast public and private transportation, but also provides the settlement with electricity or water. And the green network provides natural spaces for animals and plants, but also fast bicycle lines that connect all the settlements together. And the local streets are complemented by the ring connections, where we also have all kinds of transportation means, sidewalks and bicycle lanes. Here you can see in this collage a situation where both infrastructure networks overlap.
Here is the simulation of the settlement scale of the growth, of the settlement growth, and Solon is trying to avoid the existing settlements. And here the implementation in the master plan. So something. Yeah. Next.
And here we can see that the different layers of the myceliums, that the local infrastructure just by growing of the mycelium branches, and the neighborhood just appear in between of the branches, and the grid system that for distributing the function. And the rings, also the destination between the rings is 800 meters. That's the walkable distance for the neighborhood. That here you can see how this grid is going to this neighborhood system, and the function going to be distributing by the wave function collapse. Each module is 50 to 50 meters. And next slide.
So now we zoom into the neighborhood. For the distribution of the functions, we use the wave function collapse because we wanted to create a rule set more or less, not decide top down which program should be where. Basically, this algorithm needs 3 components. One is the modules, where we have 7 of for each program. We have rules for each of these modules, how they should be one. And the amount of modules is decided by the percentage of land use that we want to have in the neighborhoods. So here you can see 50 different outcomes of this wave function collapse that we used in the next step to inform our neighborhoods, so to bring the program into the neighborhood. To do that, we needed some steps to come from this abstract outcome to a realistic implementation. So we rotated the grid according to the mycelium shape and fitted the modules into the realistic dimensions and created streets to connect the modules inside the neighborhood.
We can have a first scene about how we import the unit module to the site.
So to link this, because we designed the system more than the city itself, to link it in a more realistic image of the city, we tried to put these 3 definitions of each category, which are basically we tried to figure out which buildings with categories of modules we could have for each type, to insert them into an image of the city. Next. To insert them into a real image of the city, in which we tried also to show the presence of human and natural environments that coexist. Next, please. And we must say a large part of the city is crossed by the networks that are part of the urban environment. So here you can see how it is integrated also with the environment of the lake and the existing settlements.
And then we want to show that the mycelium going to be more action in our city by different usage, for example, purification, the water of the lake, and the water treatment for domestic usage. So it's using for the building material as one of the important things by the mixing the mycelium with agriculture waste material and shape to dry them, and using as a mycelium composite that they are really strong and resistant against the water and resistant for the water and also fire and sound. And then we designed a landmark that this landmark, the growing, this vertical farming of the mycelium is underground, and in the upground we had the landmark of the building by the mycelium that people can see how the mycelium growing by their own eyes. And then the pop-up of the mycelium on the buildings, then they have the growing the fungus also. And in the next photo, you can see how this landmark mixed with our city, with the lake, and in the background, the infrastructure of the Physarum also appear. And that's all. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, everybody. You were spot on time. Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm very excited to see the projects that are coming together. And I mean, I would just say the stage is for the jury. So whoever is first on the mic, start.
Maybe first, are there any questions that we could go into also?
Oh, thank you, Magdalena.
You're a better jury than the jury. But still,
I would have one question, but maybe it also reflects in that what you presented, because in the beginning you said something about that you also try to insert the Chinese culture. Can you tell a little bit about that, or maybe I just missed it? What did you mean by that?
Okay, so we researched a bit how the traditional Chinese city formed itself. So there were certain principles like, for example, that houses face north and so on. And also this typology of the courtyard where the family life is happening. So we try to not erase this, but kind of integrate this as well. We can see that in one of our residential modules in the end, where we have this semi-public private courtyard situation as well.
Okay, that's nice. Thanks.
I might have a question about, I mean, first of all, I would like to say congratulations. I think it's a wonderful, very well developed project. You really got in depth in explaining how you developed the morphology of the city. So I think there is a lot of things to discuss here, but I would like to focus maybe on one or two things. One is the interesting combination between, let's say, a naturally growth morphology that follows the idea of the mycelium, or basically how all these things spread within a plane. And also one of the cool things about the Zhong'an area is that it's basically just a flat plane. So you can really, develop that idea very far. And then a combination, and I really also appreciate your attention to detail in developing like the local area, the urban area, and then how it grows from there, like paying attention on the different scales of the city. I think that's also really very commendable. I'm a bit curious about some of the latest steps that you made in terms of creating this sort of pixelation of the city, where you have like different functions on different plots that are rectangular. And I was curious about that because if you, for example, think about two main factors that your natural biological growth entails, is that on the one side, this whole growth of mycelium or any other plant, by the way, follows basically rules of phototropism, or they reach out to water. So there's like sources of energy that they want to absorb, and that's why they grow in that direction, right? And either I didn't understand exactly that step, or maybe you explained it too shortly, but there's this step which I'm curious about, like how does it grow into a specific direction, or why? And then the other being the pixelation of the city, where you have these square plots, and it seems like the direction of that square plot, the grid changes in your city. Yeah, so sometimes it goes east-west, sometimes it goes like in a diagonal direction. Very often those grids are done for a very particular reason. Like, for example, classic Chinese cities have a very strict north-south direction orientation. Yeah. And we also know that from Europe, where the grid sometimes changes because of, let's say, prevailing wind conditions, so that you can have good ventilation in a city, or specific solar radiation. So my question would be, was there like a specific reason why that directions changed in your grid? Thank you.
Can we go to the next slide, please? So we also discussed this ventilation problem, or that the grid should also be not be just straight over the whole urban settlement, but it should adapt to also the more organic shape that the mycelium growth gives us. So we focus primarily on fitting or rotating the grid to the central, to the ring roads. So we have this ring road in the urban settlements, and it would not make so much sense if the streets, so maybe also we should say that around our 50 by 50 modules, there's always a street, not primary street, but there is a street. So we rotated the grid to the ring roads, so the passing through would be easiest.
Here we just try to have this road is from the mycelium, and then we still have like local street.
I would also add to this that actually the orientation of the grid, I mean, we did it to have the final image of the city, but it's not a priority for the city itself, because we must say our city is a simulation and learns from the organisms. And in this case, I would say the Physarum suggests a reaction to environment. So even if the grid will be rotated in another direction, following to some local wind condition or to the insulation, we try to think the city in a way that could allow this. So actually, the orientation of the city, by now we oriented them according to the streets, but I mean, I would say they are flexible somehow. They are not fixed.
But I think what Matthias raised was a quite interesting question, because I think it leans to the idea that you have developed an algorithm for planning based on Physalis, which is a great idea. And we generate through that, let's say, an interesting network and great images. But we are not too sure if this would really work for human beings at the moment. So having that, it would be quite interesting actually to test that. And this could be done, let's say, to algorithms called agent-based modeling. You can do that in QGIS. That can be done later, you know. I mean, it's not the main critique now on your project, because, you know, doing QGM and stuff, or agent-based modeling, it's quite complex and needs a lot of time. But it would be great to see actually how that worked, you know. I mean, designing, you know, your urban grid using Physalis and later testing it with agent-based modeling and learning from both environments how you could improve later your design. I know that you can go in another way. For example, if you design a building in Rhino or a pavilion, and you can simulate this pavilion over finite elements. There's a software called Sophistic, for example. So you do that for a real building, simulating the material. an agent-based modeling is doing that for the humans. In a way, I would say, it doesn't reflect the real human either, but it's the next step. And then it would be also nice to follow up, really. I mean, what are the pros, what are the cons, and so far. Don't get that as a main critique of your project. I think it's really great and lovely, but it would be a next step for research.
Thank you, Dietmar. I think that's the question sort of at the end of the project for this.
If I may, first of all, really my congratulations, as I've been working with simulating Phasarium networks with Liss, I think nearly 10 years ago. So that's actually kind of interesting to see how much this kind of work evolves and changes, as, let's say, the projects we did was using Phasarium to create a weirdly shaped hacker community in a coal mine in Eastern Germany.
So, Ferropolis.
Exactly.
Actually.
And so it was very interesting. It's very interesting to see how that kind of research that was very much, let's say, utopian, dystopian thing, now it's coming to be applied to real problems and to really looking at how we can plan cities. So I really want to congratulate you with managing to bring this kind of research into a real discussion of the planning of a city. And I think that's super valuable and super interesting. At the same time, let's say, the fact that it becomes real, it's, let's say, a strength and a weakness, because what I find interesting is that despite the fact that you go through this very complex planning workflow, so you have the Phasarium network, and then you have this mycelium, and then you have the grid on which you have this wave function collapse. What's, I think, very interesting is that to some extent, the urban plan you end up with looks, let's say, very conventional. So I have an infrastructural network, which has then centers over which I have a centralized network growing, within which I have a gridded structure. And so, I'm just wondering if maybe, since some of your goals are this idea of building a resilient structure, maybe what's a little bit missing is a little bit more of feedback between the different levels. So, and in that, I mean that the growth of the Phasarium network would be influenced by the mycelium, and the mycelium by the Phasarium, and then the grids that you display, and then influenced again by all this. Because I think that would kind of move away from this very, let's say, pure and idealistic scheme that you have at the beginning, which is like the Phasarium is the Phasarium, the mycelium is the mycelium, and more into hybrid networks that could be more, let's say, more resilient, as that's kind of really one of your goals. So I'm just wondering if you had some thoughts into how you connect these different levels in between them and how they could affect each other.
I think we had a good connection between the mycelium and the Phasarium and mycelium networks, since they are using the same points and they are kind of intersecting. But maybe I can admit that there is a bit of contrast between these networks and the functions we put, that they are that these networks are very organic, and then the function division is quite organized in a way. So maybe this could be maybe a bit developed.
There has to be in between links. It's not why, because right now it's like a stage, the Phasarium does its thing, okay, then the mycelium comes, okay, does its thing, and then now you have blocks, you have some parcels, subparcel, okay, now let's distribute them according to some function, whether it's wave function collapse or game of life or however you want to do that. But the point is, in between all of these links, there has to be some dependency, so it won't be so straightforward. I mean, now it works, it works perfectly, but it has to have some twist in it.
Yeah, I totally understand this. For example, maybe one aspect that we thought about was time. So maybe it was not visible now, but we imagined also that these points that we are locating, that they will not be connected from one day to the other, but it will be a growing process of the Physarum network. So we imagine that with this network growing and growing to the food sources that are scattered around the area, some myceliums would start already growing when the Physarum connects the food points, and others would just appear later when the Physarum network is developed there as well. So for us, we imagined this over time. So maybe this is one dependency that we could point out.
But what I think that if you would develop that over time, like one thing that you would notice is that the mycelium growing would affect this Physarum network afterwards. So I think that's a little bit what's missing, is this feedback between the two. So especially if you think it over time, like right now your Physarum grows in, let's say vacuum. So there is the food sources and nothing else. And then on the points, the mycelium grows by itself. And I think what's interesting to bring on forward is that the next branch that the Physarum grows would be affected by the fact that a part of the mycelium has already grown. And so then these two networks would kind of corrupt each other and integrate. And then you would end up with a really integrated network and not anymore like superimposed layers. So I think that could really happen. I think it would be interesting to simulate your systems over time, one by one, and then bring a bit more, then go back to the other one and grow that one, and so on.
Yeah, for sure.
I agree completely with what all of you other jury members said. I also find it really interesting how you try to integrate those very different approaches on those different levels of an urban design. And I'm also really intrigued by the visualization that you showed, which looks very, very conventional to me. So I was quite surprised to see that image of a city coming out of this process. So my main questions are, and those are pretty generic, and I'm also really interested in a discussion about this topic. What are the qualities that this kind of rule-based processes can bring forward, apart from coping with a really huge planning area in a short time? Apart from that, what are the kind of spatial, architectural, or urban qualities that could arise as a new feature through these processes? So that's the first question. And the second question is, what do you think are the shortcomings? What are the rules that are still missing in your system? Right, so we have discovered, for example, those two systems like the Physarum network and the mycelium piece. They don't really talk to each other yet. So that's kind of one potential further development. Another one for me is the kind of dynamic situation of the growth and abandonment. So how is that kind of then translated into an urban growth or urban process, right? So rather than ending up at this kind of final view piece, what would be another image that you could offer as an outcome of this very dynamic and intricate process that you have used here?
Maybe I can also stress this point. I think it's very important what Peter Gruber also said, in the sense that the question of the spatial quality is central, and maybe it could be also very interesting to analyze the local place you are transforming through this, in a sense, also new form of interface on a very local scale, in order to find also the logic of the organism, but not of the organism that you are using in the sense of these organic features, but the organism of the place that you are also analyzing. because I think that when we don't, in a sense, analyze also the local place as also an organism with an own logic, then we also, of course, risk to apply in a sort of mimetic way the logic of the organism to the place. And maybe at some point could be also very interesting to open up some parts of your square perspective or your square mapping in order to go really and zooming into the reality in order to understand how the place also works as a kind of organism, in order maybe to go beyond this, in a sense, conventional representation of the city that also many critics, in a sense, address. That the perspective is on one hand very generative, but on the other hand is the representation at the end very conventional to this squares logic. And maybe it could be really interesting to use, I don't know if the right direction, but maybe also a kind of analog perspective also within the digital in order to unfold the complexity of this local space.
Thank you, Lydia and Petra. I think there's one comment by Rodrigo, and then we actually carry on with the next group, because I think these comments are also valuable for the others, and then we can discuss that possibly at the very end. Rodrigo, please.
Yeah, thank you. I also agree with the other two members, especially. And also the fact that the work is very interesting and it raises many interesting questions, which is a very good quality in itself. And what I'm wondering right now to ask you is, how does the Flareon reacts to environment in the sense that does it take into account the resources it is going to consume to shape the actual form as a real fungus would do, and how do you take that into account? Because sometimes it just seems that it's mimicking the growth of the Flareon, but not the reasons behind that growth. And I'd like to know if that's taken into account at some level, and you do a great job in the going from the greater levels to smaller levels. I also agree that neighborhood just looks a bit conventional, and don't know even if that's good or bad, but it's a bit it comes up as a surprise in the end. And but mostly, how does it react to environment, and how does it react to the host, the earth itself? And is it better? Do we have smaller roads? Do we have more efficient roads? What is the morphologic gain, if any? If you do have this answers, if is it even possible at this point? Great job.
Yeah, thank you for the comments. I also understand each and every one. We were planning in the beginning to work more with the existing structures. But during the process, we discovered that there is not many information about the territory that we could use, because in the beginning, we also spent a lot of time researching how we could, for example, place the food sources in areas that need or that would be good environments for our startup areas for our settlements. But in the end, we had to take a step back and maybe use geometric patterns like the Voronoi, because we just couldn't find this information. But we were also very interested in developing this out of the site. But that's maybe why it's lacking a bit of connection there.
But we were trying to integrate it with the existing settlements in the area. So that's, we took this into the consideration because of the information we got.
Can I speak shortly, Liss?
Yeah, let's have one
I
more.
know you want to go very short.
Let's have
about China again. Yeah, I only wanted to get back to what is Chinese, and in fact, it's the way how the cities are built, and it's quite similar, I think, to Brazil, but not to Europe. And this we have to have in mind, that they are much more. The cities are much bigger and much more, how to say, constructed very fast and very unorganized. And so there's an opportunity here with this project, which I have seen a while ago, and I really liked how you developed it, very consistently and very, how to say, yeah, in a certain way, sure. I like very much the presentation, very, very informative. And the questions here are what you are proposing, and an utopic city, which is not so utopic because we need to do this restructuring of the urban places, is that we have here, you bring with your proposal huge changes in human organization, yeah? And one is food. And I was looking at a video about Japanese food, and they spoke about the limitations they had on their island in the past. And we like this food, sushi and everything. And because it came out of the limitation, and we have to come back to a limitation, because we are like, we want food from all over the world, and we want to eat meat and fish and everything. And what you are proposing here is really a change in human organization, and starting by food production. And I talked, I think, last time about a system which is the Jesuit missions in Brazil in the 15th century, 16th century. And they had like this utopic cities, and they had like satellite cities who produced the food. And around, so because you work with the round, okay? So around there were like the satellite cities, and they were not very far, okay? They were like in the production. We have now the urban farms, okay? Can they produce enough for the people? Because if we don't think about this, we have this human change of food and how we organize. If we don't do it, the city will not survive, because it can be very nice, very round, very structured inside. But the resources, like Rodrigo said also, the resources have an end. The resources we are used to nowadays. And so we have to think about which changes are, and the society as a whole has to change his attitude. So I think it's a Chinese proposal, in the sense that this, I think in Europe it's much more difficult, because these European cities have like this tradition, and we have like laws, we cannot change things, and And if we look at China, they're very free to destroy, to reconstruct, to redo, and everything. So it's a project for China. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Anja. Let's move on with the next group, so that we keep the momentum going here. Thank you very much to the MyFIs. I think we are like Zvonko and I, we're really happy that that the project has raised so many questions, and I think this is really good in teaching and learning. So when your projects raise more questions than they give answers, I think that's a great result, actually. Okay.
Nonetheless, we are all proud of you. So.
I know, we were really happy. So, Faiz, it's your turn.
So welcome again from our side as well. We are the FI group, consisting of myself, Sarah Möller, Samuele Silvestri, and Marta Mastaleska. And we'll be presenting our project, the FI City, as the proposal for the City X project in the Chaoyang area. So to get into the project first, we had a look at the Sustainable Development Goals to have a first reference and to set like the ethical framework of our project and for the design that we are aiming for. And what we focused on most and also used as a guideline to keep in mind throughout the whole design process was the SDG number 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. And in this diagram, you can kind of see our evolution of the thought process. So they went a lot into the design discussions. And we first started out from these two big systems, the concept of ecology and morphology. And we did some research about the site to get deeper knowledge of the actual field conditions, and found out that the site tackles monsoonal climate. And this brought us to the idea that we actually want to have an amphibious city that's able to adapt to these territorial conditions. But on the other hand, we also wanted to be able to culturally adapt to the context, so the Chinese urban code. And we read some of the principles of the Chinese urban code to be able to incorporate these into a city fabric of urban diversity. And all of these values that you see here depicted that we define for ourselves are not rigid, but rather are in constant movement and are interdependent and interconnected. And this is what fascinated us most. And so we tried to incorporate all of this in our project and create a city that possibly adapts best to all of these field conditions and the unpredictability of the real site.
Okay, so after having defined this system of value, we dealt with rough data about the area in which we are planning, as even the previous group already mentioned. The population, the 2.5 million of inhabitants that will settle in this area to decentralize the problem that Beijing has about overcrowding. And we try to figure out some of the issues that could occur in designing a new city there. For example, problem of floods, or recreating a car-centric system where in the center of the streets there is the car and so on. So we try to keep in our minds these kind of possible issues. Another an insight that we had, besides speaking about city in numbers, is city of functions. So questioning how do we design a city from scratch, we try to figure out, we take as a comparison on Hong Kong, the functions which are present in Hong Kong, all the numbers and all the functions which are present in a city. And I'm mentioning this insight that we had because it had a role in one of the concepts on which we design our proposal. Okay. So this is the territory where we are planning. This is the area of Xiongan, which is in the south of Beijing. And already from this aerial view, we can identify some of the characteristics of this territory. So here, for sure, we see some infrastructure, some lines that characterize the territory. Even here and here, some villages. So this first side to the territory, we wanted to go into more deep to understand the hierarchies, for example, present in the site. We identified that here is a highway, and there are these kind of grids present, the primary grids, the super grids, the water system, the two lakes, and moreover the topography. From the topography map, we extract some of the concept that we elaborated later on, because as we can see, there is a problem of flood in the area, especially during the monsoon season. And it's trivial to note that the villages that we have seen before in the aerial view emerges on this kind of part which are a bit higher inside of the site. And even there are some areas that are more depressed that in case of flood are probably filled with water. So we enter in the part of the design, we enter in the design part about the territory. And we met with the behavior of the Physarum, his capability to create infrastructure to connect points. And so the concept, we start with the concept of the field conditions, as Sarah already mentioned about from the writing of Stenallen. Our field conditions were basically the existing infrastructure, considering them and already adapted system of connecting points, so the one that Fisarm is going to create, the environment, so the lakes which are present, in this from a territorial point of view, and from a more detailed scale, having this kind of measure of reference, which is the kilometer of the perfect measure extracted from the concept of the most optimized measure extracted from the concept of X6 of Luxiadus. So we generated a grid which is adapted to the existing infrastructure, because the points are settled one kilometer to existing infrastructure and 2 kilometers among them. Obviously, at the end, it's a bit optimized. It's not a perfect combination, but it's in any case, we thought it was a good outcome. And then we let the Fisarm growing with the food sources as the points in the center of the Voronoi, and as the point of attraction, which are the points where the Fisarm start growing, which are related to the density of functions that we will see later. Okay, so then here we have the animation. Okay.
And yeah, in this animation, we can see the Fisarm growing from the food sources that represent our starting points or the points of interest, and creating this organic additional layer of a mobility network, while branching and expanding just like the actual biological organism would do while foraging.
Yep. Okay, so we extracted the master plan from the Fisarm growth, which where we can identify these three main layers: the boulevards, which are the first grid, which is the we can see a bit better maybe here, which is the first grid. Then the grid created by the Fisarm connection of the points in the center of this cluster, and the cluster, which is another subdivision of the area. Okay. And if it's, I can. Okay. Last concept about at the territorial scale is the topography. As I mentioned before, the studying of the existing topography help us understanding that there are this kind of emerging part in the topography, which are the safe place, we could say, in case of flood. So we thought to give to the area a kind of inclination to the lakes, and at the same time each cluster rising towards the center, each cluster to give this kind of landscape of hills that allows, in case of flood, to have the boulevard as an we could call it a resilient infrastructure, which becomes this kind of river to in case of flood that can be resident. Okay.
Yeah, as emergency channels for the water to go into. Yeah.
I didn't have it.
Yeah, now we move on to the cluster scale and into the concept of our clusters. Next slide, please. Yes. And we see here that the further we move into our area, the finer the tessellation becomes, and this whole process serves the purpose to, at the end, create a very fine meshed zoning of function distribution in the urban tissue. But let's start from the beginning. So in the territorial scale, we have the roughest tessellation, keeping a 2-kilometer diameter for each cell. And these cells are called the neighborhoods, as you can see in the zoom out. And the colors you see here represent the 5 main functions that we determined to be the most dominant in the city fabric. And the orange color in this exemplarily neighborhood cell represents the main function office areas. So in the end, the office areas should be most densely distributed in this particular neighborhood cell. The neighborhood has a center point for the Fisarm growth to start growing from. And the quarters, which have approximately a diameter of 800 meters, are created based on the existing mobility structure, while the Fisarm path growing inside and over it creates an additional layer of mobility networks, as you can see yeah, in the left corner in the blocks. So in the next step, we use graph grammar aggregation. What exactly this algorithm does will be explained in just a minute. To assign one of the 5 main city functions to each block. And the final tessellation leaves us with the small parcel cells that actually have building scales. So in each parcel, we will actually have one building that each should have an own city function. And of course, a city needs more functions than just the 5 main ones. So in this step in the parcel scale, we introduce our final set of city functions, including also supporting functions. And to distribute, no, stay there. And can you go back one slide?
Yes, it's not working.
Yeah, so to distribute all of these functions evenly, we use the Y function collapse as an algorithm. But remember, we wanted to distribute the office area more densely in the neighborhood. And therefore, let's have a look at the parcels in the circles, because they all have the same orange color as the neighborhood does, because we want to maintain the desired proportion. So those blocks that have the same color or the same function as the neighborhood will be excluded from the last algorithm of the wave function collapse in the parcels. So yeah, this is how it works. But now the question occurs, why did we choose these algorithms? What did he do exactly, and what is the main difference that kind of made us decide to use both of them and not just one? So in both algorithms, the outcome is a domain filled with prefabricated elements. In the graph grammar aggregation, it's called parts. In the wave function collapse, they are called modules, but they mean the same thing. And these elements are connected based on rules between their edges, which are called boundaries in the graph grammar aggregation, and slots in the wave function collapse, as we have heard before from the Ma Thesis. And in the block scale, we use the graph grammar aggregation to aggregate our 5 main functions, being culture, offices, nature, residential, and industry. And they should be the most dominant. So the squares represented in the top show one of these functions, and they connect to the 4 remaining functions on one side each. So the rule set that guides the aggregation of the parts is consisting of grammar rules that will only allow boundary types of the same part to connect, of the same type to connect. As you can see, A connects to A, B to B, and so on. And now the main clue about graph grammar aggregation is that there's no underlying grid as a word constraint, which allows more flexibility and adaptation to the topographical side. And the domain is therefore created as the aggregation is happening. So one already aggregated part is picked, for example, the green one in the middle in the first rule set, and the neighborhood configuration is checked. No, and based on the boundary rules, the next part is aggregated. So going into the parser scale, we incorporate also the supporting functions. And as the complexity increases here and we're having more rules, we actually needed more control for this algorithm. And we therefore choose the wave function collapse because it offers not only prefabricated elements, but also a preset grid as a Cartesian grid as the domain. And even though this looks kind of like more complex now with the rules, we basically are still doing the same. The main functions are connecting. The only thing that has changed is that the supporting functions is linked in between those two. So we can zoom in into the little parcel diagram on the side to show how it works. So if we start out on the left bottom corner, we have one main function being culture, and we know, okay, it has to connect to the office function, and in between we have the supporting functions. And then we kind of can look at how they should be aggregated and distributed throughout the grid. And so in the actual wave function columns, this is happening based on the process of elimination, so that the neighborhood configuration is checked and the adjacent rules that are not fitting the input model are eliminated. And then one module fitting this constraint is populated, and this decision is populated throughout the whole grid until the grid is filled. Yes. And this is the final outcome. And what was remarkable for us is that we are actually starting with only these 5 main functions and are kind of maintaining them as the basic rules underlying, and still this algorithm manages to create a really complex outcome, a really fine meshed zoning and diverse urban fabric, while still allowing us to keep the proportions that we wanted to have and like then more denser distributed main functions. And actually we learned last week that we didn't have to use the wave function columns for this, because actually in WASP, the algorithm we used for the graph grammar aggregation, there is the possibility to use local constraints and proportion settings to do exactly what we did with the monoceros wave function columns. But yeah, this would have been a possibility to do this computation as well. But as we were not aware of that yet, we chose this path.
Okay, let's move on to the architecture, and you have about 15 seconds.
Wow.
Or maybe 20.
We run, okay. And then we did a differentiation even inside of the cluster about the mobility, and where we can identify the Fisarum generated path, where there is, we imagine this upway, which adapts even to the different heights. We spoke about the topography, which is this bridge with this path and bridge, which maintains always in the same height the path of the public transports, and the, which is this, yes. Then there is these, which are the boulevards, so the Voronoi grid, the first Voronoi grid, where we have these green corridors in the center, which are in the lower part, and they are the one that can be flooded in case. And then in the sides, there are, from a hierarchical point of view, surely smaller the path for the cars, which can enter inside of the blocks, inside of the clusters, and even a even smaller size of street inside of the buildings, but it's only for pedestrians.
So, and now we finally arrive at our morphologies, and all the results of the previous algorithms inform actually the morphology. So the Voronoi cell, the Chinese urban code, the city function, and the cluster all determine and generate this typology, so that it's actually possible to distinguish which city function each building hosts by just looking at it. And the most prominent one is for sure our residential morphology, because it incorporates the Chinese urban codes principle most. Also, like sticking to this principle that residential buildings should only face south, as in climatic and also social obligation, which yeah, we see here in those parallel buildings. But as we also want to preserve this introverted block shape to this block structure to provide this privacy and exclusiveness that we can observe in the Chinese urban code most commonly, we want to have this gated block structure. So we need a class which will be the local supply. But since the local supply doesn't need to be as high as the residential row buildings, the curve adapts to this and organically shapes the building. So yeah.
Yeah, so at the end, we produce some of the visualization of how we imagine the area, including the different typology, which hypothetically could be auto-generated thanks to the process, and with different heights, this kind of hill landscape, and this generated path which links each of the center of these clusters. which are our bridges.
Thank you so much for your attention and the additional 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Faiz. And the word is within the jury.
If I may, if that's okay. Again,
course.
I would like to congratulate to both of the projects that we've seen. They're really well made, and they are both very ambitious. And I think that all the feedback that you are getting is mainly because you are actually working on many fronts at the same time. You are using a couple of very advanced tools that allow you to do a lot of stuff within one project within a limited time. So that being said, the results of both of the projects that we've seen are incredibly successful. But I also think, as it was said with the previous project, that one thing that would improve both of these approaches to something that starts that will make even more sense than it does now is including the temporal aspect to it, a time aspect. So all the tools that you're using, all the approaches, not only the tools, but even the logic behind, it's somehow based on development and time. And one thing that, and that being said, you also need to think about the ambition that you have with your project. So if you are able to simulate certain behaviors, either observed from the nature or from the cultural aspects, you need to know whether you want to speed up the process of natural development of a city, or do you want to optimize the city or bring some sort of novelty or something that hasn't been seen before. Any of these ambitions would be completely valid. And this is all available and possible with the approaches that you are taking. To be more specific, I think that you can. It was said with the previous feedback. I think Andrea said that with all the tools that you have, with the growth and even with the discrete aggregation methods, you have an opportunity to make one little step in the method, look at the result, and adjust the conditions and run it again. So you don't only have to react on what already is on the site, but you can also recreate the conditions that you are creating while this is building up. So to be more specific, you place something within the new city, and that completely changes the conditions, and then you start your simulation again with the new inputs that you have there, and over again. So you do have some starting conditions, but you also create the new conditions while you are designing your own thing. I think I was invited to this presentation because of Monoceros and the wave function collapse, and our implementation on that. And I'm incredibly proud or touched that you are actually using our tool. I'm not really sure which version are you using, because we keep constantly updating. And the last update was, I made the last update today and last night. And that is a huge one that would probably answer your questions and the limitations that you suffered from with the previous version. But still, even with that previous version, there are a couple of things that you could do, and probably they wouldn't be, well, anyway, I do understand that reading the documentation that I'm constantly writing is kind of boring. And therefore, we decided that we will make a series of workshops, because, and also I'm teaching it with my students at the university. And I see that there are so many options that are coming up that it's not really possible to grasp everything. But to be more specific, what you already can do with any version of Monoceros, no matter which one are you using, is that you're not starting with a homogeneous situation. So the envelope that you're filling, the slots that you have that you're collapsing, they don't have to be all the same. So one option is that you have a map. The map has its sides or slots, and the slots, they possibly can contain anything. But this is something that you can do manually, that you can constrain or limit the possibilities for each slot. And if you look at the map and if you distribute possibilities over the map, then you can forbid and allow certain modules to appear on the map. And with the latest update, you can do it. You can intervene in real time. So while this is collapsing, while it's calculating, you can change the conditions as you observe and as something is happening over time. And just one last thing, because I'm taking too much time. This all, no matter if you're using a growth algorithm that you use or the discrete aggregation algorithm, it all allows you to base your decisions on data distributed in space. So you can have some big data or scalar fields, and that's basically why we started developing Monoceros, that you have some abstract cloud of data distributing over space, an informed space, and you need to materialize that space somehow. And all of the tools that you're using, including Monoceros, they allow you to do that. And the data, it is dynamic. It doesn't exist only before you start your intervention and design. It is constantly changing while you design, and all of the tools that you're using, they can react on the changing conditions of the scalar fields underneath the geometry and the tools that you're using. But still, it's, with all the ambitions that you took with the project, it's incredible to see the results that you achieved. So much from me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's just, we have to keep the balance here between the computation and the architecture and urban sort of goal. And I think this is a super exciting point at the moment, because this is really where the words at the moment still kind of clash, right? And Matthias just raised his hand, so maybe he wants to comment on that as well. Matthias?
Yes, I'm here. First of all, also I would like to congratulate you. I think this was a wonderfully well executed project, very detailed. So I really appreciate that very, very much, the kind of depth that the project has. And what I would like to say is not a question. I think it's rather a comment. And I think because you clarified so much, it's difficult to bore into something right now in the project. So it's very well executed. But I have a question which is more like design driven, and about the design direction that you're taking here and the background of your let's say ideology that you're presenting with this project. And there's various things that I'm really interested into, like one being, for example, that the title of your project is Amphicity, and basically the ambition, as far as I understand it, was to create an amphibious city. And this is a really interesting site to do that, especially because of the abundance of water and the way how you need to build there. I really liked the ambition to basically change the morphology of the entire landscape by creating hills on a 252 square kilometer site. That's ambition. Yeah, I like that. But you, for example, specifically mention ideas of field conditions. And in terms of architecture theory, there's like a long conversation about field conditions, how they are applied in urban design. I only mention here, for example, Stan Allen, who really specified very clearly what a field is and made it in contrast to other morphologies that are used in urban design. Yeah, and I think that could be really interesting to. What I would really appreciate is when people bring up these sort of topics to at least hint on others that already worked on the problem and how your project is different to that. Yeah.
I think they didn't clarify this, but that was one of their primary texts that they received in the beginning.
Yeah. Well, okay. It somehow is still there. I think I understand that, but it's still always good. You know, I know it's an old and banal saying, but it's still true that dwarfs on the shoulders of giants can see farther. Yeah. So it's always good to have that. And also it gives more weight to your own argument. I was really fascinated about your use of graphs and graphs grammar. It's a really interesting field of interrogation in terms of design, because it allows to interrogate the programmatic relationship of complex objects. Yeah. So meaning that this can be applied to any scale, what you just applied here. And I think that might be something for you to remember for the future, that you basically tried the graph on a city, but in fact, you can also use the same in a one house family project. It still would work. Yeah. So it's independent of scale. And I think this is really fascinating. Lastly, because this is a project that is supposed to evolve within the next 100 years or so, as far as I remember. And ultimately, I think it is supposed to have like a population of, what is it, 5 to 6 million or even more? I don't remember exactly. I think that you somehow hinted on the problems of, you discussed it as what was it? I forgot the term now, but anyways, you're talking about also the ways how humans are changing climate, right? This is one part of what you briefly discussed. And I was surprised to see that at the end you presented a housing block, which basically represents our current climate condition, like saying, yes, it has to be oriented towards south, and like all the typical tropes that we know from our education, like how do you position a house, are probably changing right now. I mean, it's very likely that because of climate change, that direction is going to change to north in the areas of Germany, Austria, and so on, because you want to protect towards the sun, because it's going to be just warmer. So I think the aspect of time, which I think Jan also talked about, that I think is a very important aspect. And I'm going to let go with that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Matthias. That's a great comment, which I think also applies to the other projects to a certain extent. I wanted to invite Lydia actually from the architecture theory and also the critical viewpoint towards what we're doing as well in the computational sort of architecture, to see if there's basically a view from the other side to not glorify that too much, right? So I think we have to sort of keep down on earth or sort of define what that means somehow.
Yeah, thanks. I'd say really fascinated also from this project, in the sense that I think that you're really dealing with complexity and variety of the field. So I think that almost in the work you're also developed concerning the different form of diagrammatic analysis and also the diagrammatic implementation of the field, I was really also fascinated exactly by this kind of complexity. And dealing with architecture, I don't know, I think this is a really complicated kind of transition from the step of the analysis and from the step you're trying also to transform locality in a very also precise ways to architecture. This is something different. So I think that we have also to reflect on the possibility, in a sense, of making this kind of transition. And now concerning the architecture, I like to, in a sense, stress this idea of complexity and also the attempt to develop many different kinds of typologies in order to also stress this complexity. But I think that we need a little bit more time in order to really go deeper into the architectural project.
Yeah, I think this is like the future outlook that we could take, that we, if we had more time, definitely would refine more the architectural side and the morphologies as we try to start. Yeah,
also in a sense going deeper into the way you're dealing with the complexity on the diagrammatic level, and on the way you want to, in a sense, not just translate, but to unfold a kind of morphologies for the city, because there's of course another level of reflection and also of architectural doing. But I think it's also a question of time.
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
I think that could be really interesting to go deeper into the diagrammatic you are developing also, and trying to really maybe develop a kind of spatial quality and spatial language. And could be really interesting to follow also your work in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia.
If I may, one last remark, maybe it will be a little bit contradictory to what was just said, but I really think that both of these projects are quite well balanced between the digital and let's say analog or purely architectural. And I think it's the right approach because we are basically using and developing the computational tools to make architecture, and only more so to make architecture more intensely. And I can see even in this project, even in the way it is presented, that it's quite well balanced between the digital and the purpose of the digital.
Anja, do you want to step in here? Because I mean, the great thing with Professor Prachke is that she's an architect and she's also a computer scientist. And coming from having, I mean, she was taught by a student of Gordon Pask, who we learned about cybernetician, and so I think there's something that could also we could benefit from your comment, Anja, on that discussion, which I would like to somehow take further in a kind of different setting, anyways.
Yeah, it's. I didn't want to step in this time, but
you actually wanted.
I was more quiet. It's also a project I'm seeing the second time, yeah, and the progress is surprising. How fast the students continue again. When we had the first presentation, and then there were the dialogues, and the students embrace and continue to deepen. And it's interesting to see. We talked, Rodrigo and I, offline here, to see the richness of different cultural backgrounds and how the students find out what they have in common and what they can contribute of the different cultural background for a place which they don't know, maybe. Yeah. So this freshness of the place and openness, it benefits, but sometimes it's a risk also, because it can be like a colonization. Yeah? What I do in my country is better than in the other place. Things like this. And when you got to the place, and I hope one who never went there, then you can put together what you have as an ideal idea and what is the place. So what can be my contribution here? I was quite surprised about the outcome of the architectural solutions here. It's for me, it's like it's a little bit a geometrical playing. I think there's missing some, I don't know, insertion of program or detailing, that the project gets more qualities, because now it's like a formal playing with tools you have disponible, but it's still missing, let's say, the question of ways of life, which is a discussion we have in architecture, new constellations and everything. So I think there's something missing here of the architectural point of view. I think that's the only thing. And I also missed some green here, because I'm looking at the city. It's very constructed, very dense. And I think maybe what the other project, the project before, they were like more integrating, and they had less examples of architecture. So it's risky, again. You make a proposal of forms of it's risky, because then we can say something about it. Yeah? So, but continue. I think the conceptual structuring is correct, and you will have good results.
Thank you very much, Anja. Yeah, so maybe I want to add at this stage that the students, they come from, they're actually enrolled in different courses. So one is the Master of Architecture, one is the Master of Urban Design. and one is the Master of Architectural Typology. And the studio is formally embedded in urban design. So it's actually urban design part one. So there's that, it's not a trilemma, it's more like a synergy between the urban design, the architecture, and the urban planning. So I think this is why it's going into different levels, and some levels might not be in the highest resolution, but I think they're good for as a step, sort of to finish one step and then sort of learn from that and take it further, possibly into the next project that the students are doing in the summer semester at TU Berlin. Excellent. Let's,
if I may.
Yes, of course, go.
I just may add something. I mean, you've done a great job. It's also just like the other group, and also because of the many questions you raise, and one of them that comes to my mind, and I would like to leave it to you just to think about further. You did take into account the flood and water, but sometimes it seems like it just built a very nice escape route for the water, and it would be more interesting to see. Also, if it would be interesting if you could try further think on incorporating this water in the design, also in terms of showing how are the grounds permeable to water, how the ground can absorb water. I think you did take these into account, but it could have been better shown, and to show how it's not only a matter of the hills and having the boulevards as escape for the water. I think you did take this into account, but also to take the flood into account as part of the design. I mean, not only by a denial of water, and it goes here, but in a world that has rising sea levels, it would be interesting to investigate further on. Can you incorporate this in a functioning city? I mean, for someone who lives in Rio de Janeiro, it's a question that is especially interesting. But overall, it's a great job.
Yeah, thank you. This is definitely a really interesting subject that we could touch into further. Yeah, for sure.
Great, thank you very much, everybody. Let's move on to the algae group. That's our last group for today, to again sort of raise a few questions with their proposal rather than answering them, I would say. And I think the question of new typology might be one of the foci here in that project as well. So algae people, go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So good afternoon. We are the algae group formed by Miguel, Zohar, Tamar, and me, Eduard. We are going to present a project which we titled as Dark Sweetness. Okay, so here we have like a bit of our abstract, which kind of summarizes the whole project and our intentions and our outcomes. Okay, I would like to start with the word of the spark. Like our spark in the project was the conception of the loop by Timothy Morton, who acknowledges that in nature, every forward motion has its contrary motion. I actually find this idea quite interesting and quite enlightening. So we try to apply this idea to the conception of a city. In fact, we try to apply the loop to urban ecology. Urban design has been based on human-centric approach, considering mainly human activities such as industrial transportation and human wellness, such as sanitation at parks. But in the long term, this approach isn't so sustainable since it turns back waste and pollution. That's where the term dark ecology comes in. A dark ecology is what makes this system sustainable and closes the loop. It takes waste, decay, and pollution in the equation. It enhances the non-human to be considered a substantial part of the city. We consider the non-human as the microorganism realm and the living creatures which are affected by human activities.
So this was our first vision, how our city will look like. And we thought of merging between the green and the dark parts, connect between contradiction and combine between the human and non-human environments. We also thought to emphasize the importance of the microorganisms in the daily life and to highlight the decay and forgotten parts of the city by making them as a part of our aesthetics. And here on the left, you can see our punchline. So considering the city as a biological looping system which creates contradictions, we enlighten its dark parts, and like microalgae, we use waste, decay, and pollution as a source and not a fallout. And then here we wanted to show kind of an overview to our process. So to our first vision, we added a theoretical base. First, the biological, which is microalgae research that we've done. Then urban theories, such as Frei Otto's research on urban patterns and the garden city of Ebenezer. And the conceptual, which is the Dark Ecology book by Timothy Morton. Then we got to the site analysis. We focused in the landscape, the lake, and demography of the region. And eventually we came with this design strategy, which has been also driven by the SDG and acoustics principles. Also, the rest of the principles will get deeper later.
For the site analysis, we identified challenges of the area and we considered the existing parameters and proposed some needed intervention, such as dealing with the pollutants of the water and waste management and forestation. And we recognize the lake as a crucial part in the area. So we decided to go through some scientific researches. Here we see the timeline of the water level in the area. It shows that some of the parts of the basin dried several times in the past, and main reason were human activities like cotton and grain production and agricultural activities that affects the hydrological system of the lake. And here you see the existing situation of the lake, and it shows the island morphology and settlement and existing roads. To conclude the analysis, we considered different layers, and from each layer we are extracting some conclusions and way of actions. For example, using the existing roads and the lake as the city links and infrastructure system. We consider the most sensitive areas of the lake in the design. We introduce non-human program to these sensitive parts of the lake, and initially we start from the existing settlement and using this permanent existing landscape pattern as a part of the design to generate our island concept. For the design principles, we introduced 3 different scales in order to tackle the design process, and we apply in each scale the principles of SDG, acoustic, dark ecology, and the Paris case study that we did it at the beginning of the semester. In the regional scale, we consider the position of the city in the country and its region, and we try to create relation to its surroundings, and we deal with the rapid growth of the city. In urban scale, we focus on the relation of the city to its lakes and its basin. The lake is used as a guideline for the city development. And local scale, we consider the city as an environment for both human and non-human. And we try to combine these contradictions to generate loops. So the next steps is how we connect these three layers in order to generate an urban environment.
So using Fayotto's research on the patterns of human settlements, we get to the first point of our strategy, which considers urban growth as a combination of occupying and connecting processes that generate patterns and grids. So we use a combination of attractive and distancing occupation to settle our densities, and we consider three kinds of path networks according to our three scales. Also from the Garden City theory by Ebenezer Howard, we extract the concept of decentralization. The city is structured as a decentralized organism formed by different colonies connected between them. Applying these concepts, we define some starting points which become the center of each colony that will enhance the growth of our city.
And then we get to this nucleus strategy, which takes these center points and also apply the design principles that we defined before. The idea is that each colony starts from a nucleus, which aims to connect between the human and non-human through four fundamental common needs, which are air, water, food, and energy. And then this nucleus becomes a real structure, like the life source of each neighborhood of the city. This structure is actually a whole ecosystem based on algae, which is connected to the city water system and able to produce these four communal needs for both human and non-human. And as we understand the city as a dynamic system, so the nucleus becomes the permanent element and source that enables the non-permanent parts of the city to grow according to the change through time and the production and the changing needs. And by this, we are actually putting in the front the energy source of life and create this daily dialogue between the human and non-human. And our application of this strategy, so in the local level, we locate the nuclei in the center of each island, which also plays an iconic role. In the urban level, we distribute the nuclei in several islands to generate this decentralized city and connect its life sources. And in the regional scale, we distribute the nuclei integrating the lake water system into the urban pattern.
So next step would be getting deep into the program of the city. So we're following the same logic of scales and decentralization to organize the city program, depending on the distance measured in time walking to cover. So it would be 5, 15, 30 minutes, and 1 hour from the nucleus. So one of these diagrams define the program of human aspects of the settlements, the one in the left, whereas the other shows the non-human aspects of them. So to make the distribution of the program, we first used the Voronoi pattern, which created 4 different groups for organizing and creating the relations between the different parts of the program. So for example, the neighbor program is related to each nucleus, the local program is related to the island, the district program is related to the aggregation of some of the islands, and the regional program is related to the whole city area.
Okay, so then from all those concepts that we got, we needed like a computational strategy in order to tackle the situation. So first of all, we have like different objectives to do, and then we have some algorithms or working with parametric stuff. So the first step would be the data management, identify the existing settlements and locating the different nuclei. Secondly, we'll have like a multipass tracking swarming as an algorithm in order to connect the different nuclei. Then we would have a separation swarming in order to distribute the urban matter and create the densities in each island. Then, in order to create the different nuclei, we would have a differential growth. And finally, we are using the metables and matching cubes in order to create the physical 3-dimensional shape of the city. Let's call it like the build area. So having this overview, we developed like the pseudocode itself. We're not going to get very deep on it, but we can see in a red color like the important parts that we are getting on the results itself, like which islands should we occupy in the area, how many nucleus are in each island, which is the position of them, and how are them connected, or how are these islands occupied. And then we would obtain this kind of populating points in order to define the built area. So now we are going to apply all these principles in the different scales. So let's start with the regional scale. Okay, here we're going to see an animation. I don't know why it's not working. Sorry. Sorry, that should have worked.
Should work. It's working on my mirror.
Oh, okay. So wait a minute. Sorry for the. Okay, now it's working. So here we can identify the different settlements. And now with this radius, we're going to identify which islands are we going to occupy or grow in. Now we have these islands identified. We can identify the different amount of nuclei required in each island. And these are the basic, like the smallest units in our city. Then what we need to connect them, we need to connect those nuclei between a swarming algorithm. That's what we're actually seeing on the screen. And we're also connecting the surroundings as the existing settlements. And then once we got all the connections, what we need to do is populate each island and divide it in 3 different densities that we're going to explain later. In order to, depending on the population we need to occupy, and depending on the area that we are, if the area is more sensible, we are occupying it less, or we are occupying it more. Okay, so in this map, we can see the process in its final state. We can identify the islands with each nuclei. They are connected between them, and the islands are populated according to different densities. We would like to point out again that this system doesn't grow infinitely. They have some limitations which are given by the existing settlements. Here the limitations are this darker blue color, which defines the limits of our expansion.
So we come from the regional scale, and now we go into the urban layer. So first of all, in this urban scale, we define 3 different types of islands according to the.
We have a few minutes only.
Okay. So according to the density and proportion between the human and non-human, we locate these types according to the lake situation. So for example, in the sensitive parts, we will locate the islands that are more non-human. So yeah, here we can see how we establish also the different heights depending on the densities. And then in this urban plan, what we can see is the different types of island and the different densities. So the urban scale tries to combine the logic of the regional and the local scale. So as we can see, the city follows the swarming connections between the islands that we saw in the regional plan, which become the main streets of the city, and the water system of ponds that enables the relation of human and non-human inside of each island and its relationship to the whole lake.
On the local scale, we initially start from the nuclei, and that has been located in this type of regional scale, and it follows the urban scale patterns by using its links. Then we distribute the human and non-human programs according to the type of the island, and subsequently non-permanent built area is grouped by mutable algorithm in terms of the local needs of the island. So in this example, we look into the medium dense island plan with 50-50% of human and non-human program. So you see the nuclei in the center, and main roads are connected to the nuclei, which also contains the connection of the main water infrastructure, and secondary streets also combine the buildings in various levels.
So this is a view to our city. Eventually, the morphology of the buildings brings together the built and landscape types. Sorry, and allows the connections in different levels, which also creates these multiple environments. And as you can see, the nucleus creates the central area of the island for public usage, and also play kind of an iconic role, like the Eiffel of algae, let's say. And this is how we are creating these new aesthetics out of the dark and make the invisible visible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Algis? I can see that they are truly relieved of having finished this presentation. But this is only the beginning, because now the conversation starts. And I would like to invite Anja, since she's been so quiet in the previous presentation, and then also, of course, the comments by Petra and Matthias and everybody else. I know I would love to have these clips like all day, but we all know that we have to be concise and confine it, and we cannot talk about it, more and more over a drink in the afternoon or in the evening. So we have to somehow densify and streamline. So yeah, maybe Anja, go first if you wish.
Okay. Yes, I liked. It's also the second time I think I see this project, and I liked how you brought in the theoretical part, and how you explain also. You have some slides now where you explain how you put the theoretical basis and how you translate it to the proposal. And I even bought the book Dark Ecology after the last session. I'm reading it right now. Very interesting. And yeah, I'm an architect. I'm not an urbanist, but yeah, I think when I see the three projects, now we have seen the three projects, the methodology you're using are similar to the three projects, and you have like similar solutions, how you occupy the different places. So it's interesting. I think it's the basis of the master to teach. I think you learned a lot in this month of methodology, of computational programming and everything. I think you learned a lot, and you are applying it, and the presentations are quite complete for this stage. So I enjoyed the presentation. I'm also surprised about the spaces you're proposing. It's not so innovative. There are today similar proposals already existing, mainly in the Arab Peninsula. We have this futurist proposals, and of Singapore, and so we have these proposals quite similar. Like maybe others said before in the other presentation, you have all these tools disponible, and but in the end, I think Petra, she said it, that it's surprising how it's conventional in the end, the solutions. So maybe there must be some other strategies now in order to get other project proposals. Maybe I had once a student. He did a large research about references and concepts and everything. And when he presented us his architectural solution, we were really shocked by the conventionality. It's not a conventional proposal, but it's something we see a lot around. And then we said to him, change the tools. and that was maybe that was his solution to then in the end bring something innovative and different. So that's my proposal. There's Andrea and there are other professors who work more with Grasshopper and these programs. So maybe they have some ideas. What could it be?
This is a great point, Anja, actually, because we are pretty much every semester in the situation that after the semester there's like a first shot on, you know, an architectural proposal, and in the beginning we are like, oh, we're doing these super new typologies and we're sort of recreating social structures and so on and so forth, and then at the end of semester it's like, now we need one more semester to actually do that. And I would be extremely happy if some of the students would take this work sort of, or this research further, and then sort of dig into this during their master thesis, because there's a lot of ground still, and it's kind of always the same. And every semester I'm like, it's amazing work, but actually we wanted to go much further. But this is a time issue, and also an issue of understanding that way of thinking and using the tools, because most of the students came into the studio with extremely limited knowledge of Grasshopper or cybernetics or computational design thinking and so on. So it's a great point, Anja, and it kind of reminds us also that maybe we have to adjust our teaching strategy a little bit to arrive somewhere else. But this is a conversation that we may want to have between the teachers and exchange how we do this, especially in the digital teaching paradigm, I would think. I didn't want to say the last word. It kind of sounded like it, but I didn't want to do this. So Rodrigo, you're laughing. This is good. I know it's just before lunchtime, I think, in Rio, so you must be extremely hungry now, but maybe you have a comment to give to the students.
Yeah, well, I do agree with Anja, and it's one of the things that draw my attention, the groups. I mean, also guys, great job, and also have fantastic work here, great argument, great visual argument also. But it has drawn my attention that all the three groups developed top-down strategies of sorts. I mean, which is kind of a belief in the urban plan in some way. Only we are using different tools to build this urban plan, this urban planning. And I wondered how would it be like to have bottom-up approaches where the algae or the fungi would start to develop from the center from the center to the borders and so on and so forth. What it would look like in the end. I mean, kind of coming back to the feedback topic and how it would evolve over time. But I was also found it interesting how in this group we saw the water theme so bravely taken care of, and the search they did for trying to inhabit it in different ways. It's very refreshing. It's interesting to see, and it will also be interesting to see what the transportation lines, how would they work and how do they be taken into account instead of only the roads. Perhaps something to think further. How would they alter the whole setup?
Maybe let's collect comments and then the students can respond ideally together. Lydia, please go. There's Lydia, and also then Andrea raised his hand, as well as Petra.
Yeah, thanks. So concerning the architectural ecology, so the last part of the project, I'd like just to mention one sentence of Morton, because you also have referred to him, and he wrote, he write, you gotta get into it if you wanna get out of it. And I think it's an interesting point also concerning the way you can maybe develop a new aesthetics, but I think this is important to go really into also this place, into the way you are dealing with architecture at that time, in order to get also out of it, in the sense that you can, through this new form of architecture, also deal with the global dimension you are analyzing. But of course, I think that Liss also is right, as I said, also for the other projects, a question of time. But I think it could be really interesting to reread this translation or transition from the first level of analysis to architecture through Morton, through this idea of an ecology also without nature. And I'm hoping for further discussion, if you want, concerning his philosophy. I think we don't have time now, but really open to address this topic with you if you want. Thanks.
Thank you, Lydia, and also for your generous offer to be open to students' questions and discussions. Andrea, Petra, Matthias.
Yeah, so if I might want to bring some sort of a perspective on the issue of, let's say, computational methods resulting in this, let's say, conventional, so to say, outputs. I believe that there is happening a little bit of a shift that has been kind of natural over the last few years. And it has a lot to do with the huge availability of tool that was just not there longer ago. So like, I would say 10 years ago, or maybe even a bit even sooner than that, a lot of the tools were self-developed. And so the self-development of tool naturally meant that the tools were not perfect, but ended up being different because we didn't necessarily know what we were doing. So we were kind of figuring out things along the way. And I believe that right now there's this huge availability of tool. And I think what is a little bit difficult is that a lot of those tools become black boxes. And so become things that get an input and get an output. And so what I would like to see more, and also encourage you as a students to do more, is like, don't accept the results that come from all these algorithms. You kind of present them as like a specific solution to one problem, but they're actually never fully fitting to a problem. And so I think it would be really important to kind of trying to challenge them, to push them outside what they're made for, and to kind of corrupt them and mix them into each other more, because I think that's a way to kind of bring more variety and less conventional solutions. Because let's say we know how a marching cube algorithm results, we know how a Fusarium neton looks like, we know how a Voronoi looks like, but when we start mixing them together, making them interact, particularly as it was mentioned by a lot of the guests over the day, over time. So when things are not just generated in one moment in time, but they kind of let grow, I think there's a lot of potential for kind of finding solutions that are less conventional and more innovative in a way.
In short, the moral of the story is don't accept the algorithms as they are, or just because I made a Voronoi just because it looks cool. Why?
Yeah. Exactly.
I think we are over the coolness of Voronois.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a time when that was in Dessau when my students, and I think also Matthias students, were kind of not allowed to do Voronois. There were two things that were really no-goes. One was the V for Voronoi and the S for SketchUp. That kind of was an agenda at that time. But yeah, but it's, you know, what we used to call it spaghetti buildings, you know, so. But yeah, please, Matthias and Petra. Matthias, go ahead.
Petra, I want to go first. Petra?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe just to add up to this discussion on the outcomes and generative tools. I'm not into computational design that much, but so my impression is that we have a lot of options for morpho generation, for generating forms, but there's very, or at least I'm aware of very little follow-up on evaluating those morphologies. And so what happens, I think, to a certain extent, is that with our generative tools, we are mimicking what we know about urban design. So what we're doing is to a certain extent, like trying to come up with tools that give us the result that we already have. And I think it takes a lot of courage to move beyond the known from everybody. And I quite like the last project because I think it does that to a certain extent. So, for example, looking at this nucleus strategy, even the presentation in this sketch, it's pretty courageous. So I like the courage of going beyond the anthropocentric perspective and offering a building that just offers stuff to all organisms. So irrespectively of what they need, it's just, you know, offering, I don't know, algae, food, working, energy. So it's kind of anthropocentric in its basic idea, but it's trying not to be. And I also quite like this fantasy that is presented in a very, I don't know, basic sketch. I like this approach of having an idea just thrown out and being courageous and going beyond the known and exploring it. And I think to really get to a valid design, there needs to be some level of variation and also some level of assessment that brings in considerations of your like basic tasks that you think you have as an urban designer, or also ethical considerations about what urban design should be and what should it deliver. And I think this kind of evaluation step is something that I don't really see that much yet, but that's not just you, that's kind of a general comment on what I'm aware of as a development in the field. And in general, I'm very impressed by the depth of effort of trying to use this approach for such a huge urban design task that has this very big complexity. And I think this was very successful in giving us different options on how this can be treated. I also think that it shows us also some of the shortcomings of the approach still that we need to work on and continue working on. And yeah, thanks a lot for your presentations.
Maybe also just rather a comment and a question or anything to the project. First of all, Eduard, Zohar, Tamar, congratulations. Really, really very well developed, nice, beautiful project. I want to make a comment about certain conversations that were done here about the balance between the explanation of the tool set and the explanation of the project. And when I talk about project, I don't mean it as like a finished thing or object or building, but when I talk about project, I mean the overarching relevance of the presented material to the discourse that we're having on, you know, the future of the city, the toolset that applied, and so on. And I totally, absolutely can feel you guys in terms of being fascinated by the toolsets. I did this for myself long enough, yeah. And but at the same time, I have to really make an argument for trying hard to go away from just being fascinated by the toolset themselves. I think it's more important that you explain what you did and not how you did it. Yeah, it's more important to understand what does it contribute to the idea of the city, not so much only explaining how you created the morphology, because we see the morphology at the end, yeah? And we can assess the quality of the design also on the morphology, but also on other content that you create doing so. One of the things that I thought are really fascinating within all the projects we saw today, and I know that it's sort of like a mandatory thing from the CTX project, is suddenly the shift in let's say, let me put it this way. the sort of visionary project traditionally in terms of urban design had a lot to do with high-risers. So if you think about the Voisin plan from Le Corbusier, or the city for 3 million people, or Hilbersheimer, like the typical modern cliche of a visionary city is towers, high-risers, yeah? And we see how your projects basically squish that into a flatter condition. And I know that this was also one of the things that were asked by sort of the rule set for these projects, because I think the Chinese government doesn't want to make another city full of high-risers. And I agree with that. I think it's a good idea to do that. But it's interesting to go away from the like typical cliche, sci-fi cliche of the future city, like, you know, Blade Runner or Cyberpunk 2077 or Judge Dredd or so on, and suddenly create a almost like bucolic nature that allows you to create a cityscape. And that would be also one of the arguments for further interrogation here, is that if you are using already tool sets that are so profoundly embedded in natural phenomena and how those geometrical conditions apply to planning, that it should be greener. I mean, in terms of just how those things mesh with each other. Right now, it's still like all the projects are highly separated from its natural environment. They look natural, yeah, but looking natural doesn't mean behaving natural or biological, yeah. Even a completely square grid project can behave biological or natural by the ways what it does, not how it looks. Yeah. And adding to this, I think there is examples where things like energy harvesting, urban farming, and so on become far more prevalent and dominant in the cityscape. Yeah? One example would be the planned master city in Abu Dhabi, where they're really harvesting the heck out of in terms of energy harvesting. Yeah. So I think these are all really great things and interesting, provoking questions, and I think that provoking also for the jury in terms of continuing thinking about, you know, the nature of using advanced geometrical conditions in order to organize matter, and because of that also, of course, human life. Yeah, that was the comment. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Matthias. I think that was a great comment for all groups, and also for, as you also said, for the jury, and also us, basically, sort of, we are asking the questions to the students. So I think this is some of the questions that we should also take on board for discussing in consultations with the groups of students. Right, so it's 15:56 in Berlin, I have to say. It's lunchtime in the US and also in South America. And I wondered, is there, I mean, just some last words from the jury would be great to have. So maybe just a sentence to give to the students that they can take away. I mean, most of the things have been said, I think, but if you wish, please feel free to give a last sentence to the students and to the jury, or to the group of designers as a whole, and teachers and learners. Only if you want to.
Great job, everyone. Thank you.
This is a great comment. Thank you very much, Petra. Okay, so I would again sort of thank Jan that he popped in as a surprise guest. I'm very happy that we've met, and I will be in touch with you for further bits and bobs.
Thank you for having me.
I just see, yeah, Rodrigo's writing, great job. Thanks for the invitation. Thank you, Lydia, for staying a little longer than planned. I hope you enjoyed that. And
thank you for the invitation.
We have some great ground now, since Lydia and I were trying to set up a small seminar for next semester in adjacent to the studio that we're doing. So that's wonderful. And Anya, thank you for your comment about, you know, the way we design as internationals. That sort of was kept in my brain, at least, where I said, well, you know, we all come from different countries, cultures, and climate zones. So what kind of architecture are we actually doing here. So this is fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody. Students, we will be in touch anyways. There's still a few weeks to go for a final submission, polishing the work, uploading, relabeling files, and all these awful things. Go out, enjoy the weather. It's very springy in Berlin. Don't mingle too much. This is could be dangerous. Thanks to the jury and the critiques, and we will be in touch probably rather sooner than later. And thank you, Peter, for arranging the stream, and thanks to the School of Architecture for allowing us to use these tools where we can mingle everybody together, at least online. And I'm going into a virtual pub with you guys to have a virtual drink and to celebrate that we have a successful seminar with everybody, and Zvonko and the critiques and the jury and so forth. So see you soon. Zvonko, you want to say something?
Yeah, thanks everybody. Like it has been a really, really nice experience, and today it came out really, really nice. So like, thanks everybody for coming, and the students, you like can write me still. Like I'm still open for critiques and like cover-ups and like sessions and stuff. So like
Bahar is like,
we're gonna have fun.
Yeah, and I said next semester we are offering a module on how to design computationally, a class with 5 different modules, and we are hoping that also Jan will be part of this somehow. This is a little teaser which Jan doesn't even know about. So, okay, before I get too excited,
it's a complete surprise from me. So
it's also a surprise for me.
Congratulations for the project.
Okay, thanks everybody, and have a wonderful day. Have a great afternoon, and see you soon.
And goodbye, everybody. See you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
So much.